পাঁচটা দিব লাগে এই ৰাইজৰ নাম যে
গুড মৰ্ণিং আপোনালোকে শুনা পাইছেনে বাৰু
হয় হয় মেম শুনা পাইছো হয়
শুনা পাইছে নহয় ঠিক আছে
হয়
মই স্ক্ৰীনখন শ্বেয়াৰ কৰি যাম আপুনি অলপমান হেল্প কৰিব দেই মোক ইনপুট দি আপোনালোকে এইটো দেখা পাইছেনে স্ক্ৰীনখন হেল্ল' হেল্ল'
হয়
হয়
বাইদেউ
মেম
পাইছে
দেখা পাইছে কাট খোৱা নাই ন একো
কাট নাই খোৱা বাইদেউ
Okay. মই just এবাৰ গৈ থৈছো প্লিজ go through the slides if it's okay হা just let me know ঠিকে আছে ন
yes yes
Okay.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. So may
Are
I
we
have
going-
the permission to start the program?
I'm ready if you are.
Emily, you can start the program. Principal
Okay.
sir is
Okay, sir.
okay.
A very good morning to all respected dignitaries, esteemed resource person, and their participants. I warmly welcome you to the second day of our faculty development program on outcome-based education and curriculum development in alignment with NEP 2020, organized by IQAC Gorgaon College in collaboration with Teaching Learning Center, Dibrugarh University. Before we begin today's session, let us take a few moments to reflect on the enriching experiences and key learning from day one of our faculty development program. Yesterday, we had insightful session on overview of our FDP and NEP 2020, where our esteemed resource persons share valuable perspectives and discussed were particularly engaging and provoking. The session helped us gain a deeper understanding of skills and knowledge, encourage us to reflect on our teaching practices that we can apply in our academic environments. We sincerely expressed our gratitude to our esteemed resource person for their insightful session, dedication, and for sharing their expertise with us. We also appreciate the active participation, thoughtful question, and enthusiastic involvement of all participants, which made the session truly interactive and meaningful. With this valuable insight, we now move forward to day two, building upon yesterday learning for an even more engaging and enriching experience. As we step into the second day of this faculty development program, it is important to recognize that today marks a crucial phase in our learning journey. While day one laid to the foundation by introducing key concepts and perspectives, day two is designed to deepen our understanding and move toward practical application. The session planned for today aim to strengthen our competencies, encourage critical thinking, and provide us with opportunities to engage more actively with the subject matter. The first session we have Professor Nita Kolita Borwa ma'am, which shall be covering outcome-based education. In the second session, we will be having Dr. Amar Upadhyay, which will be covered on the topic pedagogical implication on National Education Policy 2020. Without much delay, now I have a privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed resource person, Professor Nita Kolita Borwa, former Dean and Head in the Department of Education at Dibrugarh University. Professor Borwa is a distinguished academician with extensive experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership. Over the years, she has made significant contribution to the field of education, particularly in areas such as teacher education, educational psychology, curriculum development, and educational research. Her works reflects a deep commitment to improving the quality of education and addressing contemporary challenges in the educational landscape. Today's topic, outcome-based education, is highly relevant in the present educational landscape, where the focus is gradually shifting from traditional content delivery to clearly defined learning outcomes, competencies, and measurable achievement. Professor Borwa deep understanding of curriculum design and learner-centered approaches makes her exceptionally well suited to deliberate on this important theme. Her insights will undoubtedly help us understand how outcome-based education can be meaningfully implemented to enhance student learning and institutional effectiveness. Professor Borwa has been actively involved in guiding research scholars and has contributed to numerous national and international journals, seminars, and academic forums. Her insights into pedagogical practices and educational reforms have been widely appreciated in academic circles. Professor Borwa is also known for her engaging and insightful approach to teaching and knowledge dissemination, making her a highly sought-after speaker and research person in various academic programs, workshops, and conferences. We are indeed fortunate to have such an accomplished speaker among us today. I'm confident that her expertise and experience will greatly enrich our understanding and provide valuable perspective and practical insights into this transformative approach of education. Let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Nita Kolita Borwa, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
So, one second. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Madam Langthasa, for the wonderful introduction. And I'm also happy that you shared something of what was done yesterday, because I was a bit, anxious about I should not be repeating anything that had been discussed yesterday. So I'm grateful that you at least gave a brief gist of the sessions yesterday. And I think what I have prepared today is more practical and in line with how you as teachers in the future can develop learning outcomes. I have made a presentation which will be covering the philosophy behind outcome-based education, why it is so very much related to NEP 2020, which all of us are now implementing in our higher education institutions, and also how we as teachers have a very strategic role to play, not only in designing the curriculum, writing the contents, writing the outcomes for those contents, but also we have a role to play in how to take forward the curriculum in the classroom. I think in the afternoon, my colleague and my research scholar, former research scholar, Dr. Upadhyay, will be giving you the pedagogical implications. So I will be dealing more with how to write the outcomes and how to develop outcomes which are very effective. So with your permission and with the blessings of my parents and my teachers, I would like to begin my presentation today. If you have any queries, please note it down and we can discuss it at the end. Thank you. So I have shared my screen and I hope you can all see it. So the topic today, is it clear? Please give me a thumbs up, someone.
Yes, ma'am.
It's clear. Okay. So the topic that I have taken up today is transforming Indian higher education, a deep dive into outcome-based education under NEP 2020. If you notice, I have showed a figure here, which I will be explaining later. On the left side, we see the arrow going down, which means that whenever we write outcomes, we start from the top, from the vision, and then we come down to the last point, which is the course learning outcomes, which we as teachers actually transact. And on the right, you have the arrow pointing upwards, which shows that as we go up, actually, automatically, we start attaining one by one all the different outcomes that are designed by every higher education institution in its curriculum. It may be a university, it may be a affiliated college, it might be an autonomous college, right? So how to transform your vision into mission and objectives. So So we start with the context. So in an ambitious move to overhaul its education system, the NEP 2020, the National Education Policy 2020, was introduced in July 2020, aiming to make education more holistic, flexible, well-rounded, and aligned with the needs of the 21st century. This was a much needed policy, education policy, because after a long gap of almost 36 years, we had a new policy, 34 years exactly. At the heart of this transformative vision that is there in the NEP lies the principle of outcome-based education, which is a student-centric approach that focuses on measuring educational success through outcomes. Basically meaning what students are actually able to do after they complete a course. Now, when we talk about student-centric approach, I think you all have an idea about what it means. But I feel that today, beyond student-centric approach, we are moving more towards a learning-centric approach. And although we are in the first stage of, outcome-based education, but our future focus will be more towards learning centric approach. So this came about due to the report of the UGC on evaluation reforms in higher education institutions in India, recommendations of 2019, which has in its report emphasized on the importance of learning outcome-based education, LOBE. Today we just call it OBE, but it is basically learning outcome. So that's why I said that learning is the focus actually of outcome-based education. Many say it is related to job and practical applications, but the main focus is learning. As defined in this report, it advocates the importance of establishing a very clear picture of what is important for the students to be able to do. That is the focus, which requires organizing the curriculum and instruction to make sure that learning ultimately happens. Thus, this assessment is a system of education giving priority to ends, purposes, accomplishments, and results. This report of the UGC had recommended that in order to accomplish meaningful learning, evaluation also should be linked to learning outcomes and institutional goals. This is a part which I have not taken up here because already the presentation is very long, but I'm sure you will be having resource persons who will be dealing with how to relate learning outcomes to evaluation and also to not only curriculum or syllabi evaluation, but also overall institutional evaluation. The essence of this report is that the assessment process should test the learning outcomes, the knowledge gained by a student, and the attitudes developed by them, as well as the skills mastered by a student during an academic program. So for all this time, the emphasis was more on learning at a cognitive level, knowledge, understanding. But now it is believed that true learning happens only when a individual's transformation takes place. And that transformation is possible only when the right attitudes are developed and skills learned and mastered by a student during the course of learning. So today we talk therefore about a holistic learning, cognitive, affective, and psychomotor learning. It intends to promote student-centric learning by reforming the existing evaluation system in the higher education institutions with continuous evaluation of students' performance, which we see has already been implemented under NEP in the FYUGP program of Dibrugarh University, as well as in Guwahati University and in other universities of India. So we have almost equivalent weightage given to internal assessment as well as the end semester external assessment. And that in-semester evaluation is considered to be a part of the continuous evaluation, which requires not only appearing for tests, but also observing students through seminars, group discussions, assignment writings, project reports, etc. So learning is supposed to have occurred only when we can do something that we were not able to do earlier. So this is a new definition of learning that has been given by this report. And when the NEP was finally decided and presented, it has, you can make out that it had taken serious note of the report of this committee. The rationale was the changing landscape of higher education in India. You must be aware that when the last Education Commission report had come out, which was the National Policy of Education in 1986, at that time we didn't have internet. So although it was preparing Indian students for the 21st century, a lot of changes have taken place since that. And with the advent of the World Wide Web and internet, and particularly after COVID, the increasing importance of, uh, distance education, digital technology, digitization of education, these things became much, much more relevant and important. And therefore, a change in the higher education was very much required to adapt itself to the changing times. Secondly, the quality of higher education that was available at that time just showed a very poor quality in terms of the fact that the students were rarely able to be absorbed. So I remember once Narayan Murthy had said that your students have, for students of AEC Guwahati, that your students have very good grades, but they are not employable. So employability is not related to only high grades, but it requires personality development, communication skills, group work, constant learning, lifelong learning, etc. So those things were missing, and hence this new policy felt that we required improvement in the quality of higher education. Higher education in India needed to be more relevant to the changing times, more significant and of use for the students, and also to prepare students for global competitiveness and not look for jobs only at the local level. Also, there is a very significant shift from input-based teaching learning processes to outcome-based education. So formerly, the role of the teacher was considered to be all important, and it was the teacher who had to take and play the major role um, in the entire learning process. And that is why we used to say a teacher was a sage on the stage. So standing on a dais away from the students, and the whole focus of the class was on the teacher. But today we say that a sage on stage must shift to guide by the side. So you have to think of yourself as a facilitator. Teachers have to think of themselves as facilitators, as guides who stand by the side of students to help them, prepare for the real world through outcome-based education, which is very clearly defined. So NEP 2020 was therefore designed as a catalyst for systemic reforms designed to bring about a paradigm shift in Indian higher education. So what is OBE? So OBE is basically an educational philosophy that organizes the education system around a student's desired learning outcome. This approach shifts the focus from inputs to the outputs. So from the teacher to the student. So the shift is from teacher-centric education to learner-centric education. Such an education system designs its curriculum and instructional methods backwards. So whereas earlier everything was decided by the teacher, what to teach, how to teach, and it was like from the top, decided by the institution, by the teachers. But now here, the instructional methods, the designing of the curriculum, everything is backwards. It starts from the student. What the student is interested in, what would be relevant for the student, what would they like to know, how within a particular subject one can introduce the things that are more relevant, are of quality, and would help students to become more employable in the 21st century. So the shift is from input to output. For example, instead of paying attention to what is taught, how many hours, and what content is covered, the OBE system focuses on what students can know, understand, and do at the end of a program. So they can not only know and understand, but they have to develop feelings and values. And at the end of the program, they must also learn how to implement their learning in the real world situation. So OBE is based on a system that deviates from the traditional education system and works backwards to achieve a pre-decided goal. It is a system that works with the sole purpose of achieving an outcome, making it one of the best systems for students who want to develop practical skills and knowledge while in school or in any educational institution. So the main objectives of OBE is to ensure students achieve specific learning outcomes. This is very clear. So whenever you design a learning outcome, it makes it very clear to the student, to the teacher, to the parents, to the stakeholders that exactly why you are incorporating a particular content and how you can justify that what uh, change it will bring in the students in the form of actual practical learning. It focuses on clearly defining and communicating what students need to know. Outcome-based education aims at developing students' knowledge and skills to help them succeed in various professions. Second important objective is it is needed to enhance the quality and relevance of education. This I have already said earlier, that the former education that was prevalent in India before 2020, there was much to be said about the quality and also about the relevance. Even today, I find that students say that what is the use of doing BA? What is the use of doing MA? It is not leading to any job. Rather, I would do a diploma or I would do some more practical oriented, career oriented program. So, therefore, this is not to say that career oriented programs are less, but it just reflected the fact that even traditional subjects like philosophy, history, education, political science, these subjects are not irrelevant today. But the way they were being taught maybe made them feel, the students feel that these are not very relevant to their real life. So what is now required, therefore, is to make the contents that we teach very relevant to modern day context and also relevant and of interest for the students. It plays an integral part in improving students' learning experiences because when students are interested, automatically they will pay attention, and when they pay attention, they will learn and their experiences will improve. It therefore provides opportunities to develop new skills and improves the quality of both teaching and learning. So when we talk about new skills, I will be developing this later. Skills does not mean only skill as in doing, some motor skill. It also means certain psychological skills like resilience, grit, learning to be peaceful, learning to be self-aware. But also it means certain new cognitive skills like critical thinking, collaboration, collaborative work, then communication skills, etc. So therefore, this particular idea of OBE is that along with teaching a particular content, we need to improve in our students all sorts of skills that can be actually taught to develop their personalities to fit themselves for the 21st century world. So therefore, it is now time to shift our focus from a fixed curriculum to a flexible learning system. The key characteristics of the OBE system is that the system is driven by clarity of focus. Whenever we write a learning outcome, it has to be very clear and very focused. And therefore, whenever the writing is done, we have to be sure that when we make the decision to write a particular outcome, learning outcome, we are sure of what is the desired outcome that we are particularly wishing to achieve. So you will have, say, number of outcomes, right? 4, 5, 6 outcomes. But each of these outcomes should be very clear and focused on exactly what transformation you want to bring in the student. It provides multiple pathways for students to achieve outcomes and caters to diverse learning styles. So basically here we talk about transacting outcome-based education in different ways. It doesn't have to be only lectures. It can be done in a various different ways, like experiential learning, project writing, observation, sending them to the field for actual experiences. So basically, every student gets a chance to learn as per his or her own learning styles. There are different learning styles. Some are visual, some are auditory, some are kinesthetic, spatial. So therefore, in a classroom, we must be aware of the fact that different students learn differently, and hence we have to ensure that every student finds the class interesting. Therefore, teachers also have to think about new ways of transacting curriculum, whereas earlier they used to only do the lecture method. But now we have to think of innovative ways to engage students so that all the students in the classroom are involved in the teaching learning process. So we have to adopt a inclusive method. It works on the assumption that all students can achieve the intended outcomes with appropriate support. So here, if you notice, recently in all our timetables, we have used terms like tutorial, remedial classes, etc. The idea is that every student may not progress at the same pace. That doesn't mean that the one who is slow has to be left out. If required, we have to provide the appropriate support to the student so that even the weakest student is able to achieve the particular outcome. So support of the students is very necessary in the OBE system. The curriculum and assessment style are designed according to the desired outcome. So once you define the outcome, then what will be the contents and how you will evaluate it, assess it, these will have to be thought about. And regular methods like only classroom tests are not enough to actually find out the value of an outcome. So therefore, you might have to engage with different forms of evaluation strategies. So there are different types of OBE. Right now, in our institutions, we are implementing the traditional OBE. And in this traditional OBE, we emphasize the achievement of specific predefined outcomes. It follows a structured curriculum that focuses on content mastery and standardized tests for assessment. So we have the in-semester evaluation and the end-semester evaluation. From there, we are slowly trying to transit to this transitional OBE. Yes, any problem? Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, someone said something, so that's why I thought that maybe there's a problem. Okay, so now we are trying to move into the next stage, which is the transitional OB, which is similar to the traditional OB, but focuses more on the development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills in students. This has already been started in the schools this year. And in our colleges and higher educational institutions like the universities, we have to think about how to develop critical thinking and problem solving skills of students by engaging them in those sort of activities. It involves more active learning methods, which I told you, experiential learning, project learning, etc., that require students to apply their knowledge in real world contexts. And the final one, which is our final goal, that is the transformational OB, this type follows a holistic approach that focuses on the intellectual, personal, and social development of a student. It encourages ownership of learning outcomes and emphasizes lifelong learning and adaptability. So the aim of NEP 2020 is transformational OB, because the entire NEP curriculum is designed that follows a holistic approach. It also focuses on cognitive, personal, social skills, and also social development of the student. It encourages ownership of learning outcomes and emphasizes lifelong learning and that constant readiness to adapt to evolving situations. When we are receiving our students, they already are quite adults, right? So when we talk about pedagogy for them, even andragogy is not enough. Today we talk about heutagogy. That means learning to learn on their own. So for this type of transformational OBE, the preparation has to start from schools. So therefore, the students who are in schools today, under NEP 2020, 15 to 16 years from now, when they come to the higher education institutions, they will be the ones who will be truly in this third stage, I believe, because right now to reach transformational OB, I find it a bit, maybe it will take time, or maybe only few students will be able to do it. So importance is that NEP recognizes that if the scope of the outcomes can be achieved, we can never ever deny the fact that the importance of outcome-based education is not overstated. It is not overstated. It is very important. And in a country like India with a huge student population of around 24.8 crores, OBE is the only system through which we can say it can be the key to turning students into highly qualified professionals in tandem with the NEP 2020. So NEP 2020, yesterday you might have learned a little bit about NEP 2020. Most of us are already aware, it's already been 5 years. But NEP 2020, like I said, is a very significant departure from the paradigm that existed in before 2020. It is fundamentally a policy that underscores the importance of outcome-based education, focusing on knowledge, skills, and values. So cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, and affective domain that learners acquire rather than the adherence of institutions to predetermined inputs. Nonetheless, 5 years following the adoption of the NEP, the implementation continues to exhibit inconsistencies. The existing regulatory frameworks within the domains of higher education and vocational training predominantly function based on outdated compliance models. Therefore, although we have implemented OBE in the regulations, but I have my doubts. Even I am a teacher, even I am doing LOBE, but even I have my doubts how far we are able to actually successfully transact our curriculum in the outcome based. Our students are also not so aware, because even in my class, I tell my students there is an outcome for this particular unit, for this particular content. Are you aware? You can evaluate yourself on that basis, that after what I have taught, can you say that this outcome has been done? That yes, you know this. You can now analyze, you can evaluate. So they also need to be aware. So that sensitization of our students at this level is not there, because they come from an old traditional method. That's why I said that transformational shift will take some time, but amongst those students who are intelligent, who are aware, who are sensitized, they are the ones who are benefiting from OBE. So the characteristics of NEP 2020, if you notice, if you are aware, is holistic and multidisciplinary education, which highlights the fact that there should not be any silos in education like science, arts, commerce, management, engineer. The general liberal program is divided into so many silos. So holistic development of a student should be holistic, keeping in mind the fact that an individual is both has cognitive abilities, has effective abilities, and also has psychomotor abilities. So holistic, every learning must be holistic, designed to overall impact the overall personality of the individual, and it should be multidisciplinary, because any one particular subject cannot develop one's entire personality. So you need accessibility or exposure to multidisciplinary education, which is why nowadays we have generic elective courses, we have skill elective courses, we have value added courses. So basically multidisciplinary education, which earlier students did not have. So arts and humanities or liberal arts students were more or less aware of multidisciplinary, but science students specifically, I find that this was lacking. So therefore, maybe this is an attempt for multidisciplinary education. Focus on competencies, skills, and values. So the focus is very much on competencies defined by the learning outcomes, the skills that a student will learn, including affective skills, cognitive skills, as well as the skill of doing, and values. So value, uh, uh, to bring up students with values. Values doesn't mean only philosophical values, but values means love for the country, love for the environment, democratic citizenship, environmental awareness, concepts of sustainability. These are values which every student now needs to know. There is flexibility through the ABC, Academic Bank of Credits. There are continuous reforms in curriculum and assessment. So no curriculum should be stagnant for 4 or 5 years. As per the changes that take place in society, there is a need to continuously reform our syllabus from time to time, so as to reflect the real changes taking place in the real world, and to make the contents of the curriculum relevant for a student. And lastly, most important, quality assurance through learning outcomes. So OBE therefore has become more important after NEP 2020, because it shows the shift. It is literally a shift from content-based to competency-based education, from emphasis on skills and values and employability. Now the emphasis is more on skills, values, and employability, not only just theoretical learning. It is aligned with the NHEQF, the Quality Framework of National Higher Education, and global standards. And lastly, in this system, there is accountability, very evident for the teachers as well as for the students, and quality assurance. So therefore, if we want to the success of NEP 2020, we have to understand that OBE is a must, because it is the only way through which we can bridge the skill gap. OBE can bridge the gap between academic learning and industry requirements. It can be used to define outcomes that align with industry needs, ensuring students possess not just theoretical knowledge, but also skills, practical skills, critical thinking, and problem solving abilities. So, employability of students has to increase, and keeping that in mind, OBE have to be defined. Secondly, improved learning outcomes and accountability. So when we define very clearly what a student should be able to achieve at the end of a particular course, it brings a higher level of accountability to the educational process. So here in this system, both the educators, the teachers, and students are accountable for certain outcomes. This results in measurable results that allow teachers to design teaching methodologies and curriculum design efficiently. And also it is student-centric learning. So from teacher-centric, we have already shifted to student-centric learning. Here we put the student at the center and focus on achieving the outcome rather than a strict adherence to a single method or timeline. So basically, we foster greater student engagement in OBE, self-directed learning, which I told you earlier, pedagogy, and a deeper understanding of their own learning journey. Students have to feel involved in the process of learning, and when they do that, then even beyond what a teacher teaches, they will be interested to do further studies. Global competitiveness, in order to compete with the global world, OBE is very important, because here we are teaching students some skills that enhance their global. I would request the participants to kindly mute your audio. Some disturbances are coming in between. So for global competitiveness, OBE is a must. It prepares them to navigate complex global challenges and contribute effectively to the international workforce by following methods that can achieve this exact objective. And lastly, transparency and clarity. OBE clearly defines the outcomes that make the educational process transparent for students, parents, and the other stakeholders. And everyone involved understands what knowledge and skills a student will have developed by the end of a program or course. So OBE, there might be some repetitions, please don't mind, because this is a very vast topic, and 2 hours I have been given, so it's only 1 hour, but or it's not even 1 hour now. So I'll be going to the main of writing the, so OBE is a student-centered approach. Here there are three components. Number one, there will always be an explicit statement of learning intent expressed as outcomes which reflect educational aims, purposes, and values, right? Secondly, the process. It will also define the process or strategy to enable the intended learning to be achieved and demonstrated in the form of the curriculum, the teaching, learning assessment, support, and guidance methods. And lastly, it will also define the criteria for assessing learning which are aligned to the intended outcome. So every OBE, to be a very good OBE, must have these 3 points: learning intent, the process or the strategy, and the criteria. So this is just a repetition. Student-centric approach, focus on clearly defined learning outcomes, emphasis on what learners can do, and alignment. So here, therefore, we can say very clearly now that the shift is from teaching to learning, from teaching effectiveness to learning results, and from private affair to community property. So now, earlier, students' education was supposed to be a private affair between the parent and the student. But now we treat every student in the classroom as a potential human resource. And so they are the property of a community, of a society. And therefore, we as a community need to be accountable to the society so that we can say that we have provided the society with good human resource who can contribute to societal development. So traditional system, therefore, was, if we have to make a comparison, then traditional system was teacher-centered, OBE is learner-centered. Traditional system had fixed outcomes. In the OBE system, we have flexible outcomes. These keep changing as per the needs of the requirements of the society. Earlier in the traditional system, the emphasis was on content coverage or syllabus completion. The target was this content has been given to me, I have to complete it within my specified or scheduled time. But now the shift is not about completion, but about outcome attainment. That you may have completed the syllabus, but if the student does not show any outcome attainment or achievement, that means your syllabus completion is meaningless. So therefore, the shift is from completion of a syllabus to outcome attainment. Also, in traditional system, there was more emphasis on classroom teaching. Like I said, a guy, sage on the stage, but now it is more about practical applications. So now teachers have to play the role of facilitators in learning. So students are supposed to know, but they may not know how to implement. So we as facilitators have to teach them how to implement it in the real world. Earlier, it was disciplinary knowledge, mostly subject knowledge, but now it is interdisciplinary. So even if we are teaching history, it can be related to tourism, it can be related to conservation of ancient, buildings. So many things can be taught, even in history. So therefore, that sort of interdisciplinary knowledge development is required under OBE. Earlier, the exams were marks oriented, but now when we evaluate a student, we test his competencies and the skills that they have learned. That is the transformation that takes place within a student from the time they entered the particular program till the time they leave. And earlier, all the exams were at the end of the term, 1 year. When we studied, it was 1 year. Then we had semester systems every 6 months. But now in this system, you have continuous and formative assessment. You have internal assessment, you have seminars, you have debates, you have panel discussions, you have projects, you have street plays, so many things. And so it is a continuous and formative assessment. So the whole assessment system has also changed. So therefore, we can say that OBE challenges the boundaries set by the traditional system to explore different learning styles and create new knowledge. It encourages collaborative learning and teamwork. So OBE generally, therefore, you can say encourages collaborative learning. The teacher and the students have to collaborate to learn together. Teachers can also learn while they are teaching, and students can also teach a student certain things while they are learning. So it is a collaborative learning teamwork. And lastly, students therefore develop multiple perspectives to solve a problem, which improves their critical thinking ability and creativity. So the emphasis on outcomes has really revolutionized the system of education that is available in our higher education institutions today. because now the focus is on student achievement. Very clearly, the student is at the center, is the focus. Secondly, flexibility. Here we find that in this system, there is so much flexibility. So it allows a teacher to experiment with diverse teaching methods, and it also allows a teacher the flexibility to evaluate using different forms of assessment. Regarding assessment also, we find that in traditional education, assessment was very less comparatively, once a year or at the most twice a year. But here constantly a student is being observed and they are being rated. And adaptability is the single greatest, I feel, the USP of OBE, because it is adaptable to the changing needs and trends in education and the job market, ensuring that students acquire relevant skills. So this form of adaptability was not there anywhere in our earlier system, but now we find that the system is so adaptable that any new content can be taught to a student by making a change in the syllabus immediately. So traditional education lagged behind in this aspect. So like I said, therefore, today the emphasis is on learning-centered pedagogy, which is a relatively new term that acknowledges that while both learner-centered and teacher-centered pedagogical approaches can be effective, but teachers must consider the fact, like I said, that the students in higher education institutions are already matured learners. They have completed their school education, higher secondary level education, and they are almost nearing adulthood. So, therefore, whenever we teach, if we cannot bring in the local context of the students, like where the school is located, where the institution is located, how that particular course being taught is relevant in that locality. These are the things that we need to keep in mind when designing and while teaching, because unless you bring in the local context, the relevance of the content for the students will be lacking. Secondly, the physical environment. So, how we teach is important, but where we teach, that is also very important. So, of course, we now talk about digital education. Today, I'm in an online mode trying to teach you all. But physical environment is very important. So, a good, well spaced, well ventilated environment where students feel safe, secure, promotes better learning, which has been proved by scientific research also. So, environment is very important, and also the availability of the teaching learning material. So, what are the different TLMs that are used by the teachers or which are available in the institutions for the students? So therefore, it suggests that teachers should be flexible and carefully adapt their pedagogical approaches based upon the environment in their classrooms. So what are the different types of teaching learning strategies that we can use in the OBE system to ensure learning-oriented education? So most important is these must be active. Teaching learning strategies that engage a student while they are learning, which make them think, which make them move, which make them, actually participate. That is to be the strategy to be taught, the pedagogical way to move ahead. So, active learning strategies is number one. Secondly, experiential and project based learning. Wherever possible, try to make the students understand the relevance by relating it to a real life incident and helping them to experience what is being taught. They may have experienced it in person or even if they have not, through your own experiences also, you can try to explain experiential and project-based learning. Third is problem-based and inquiry-based learning. So problem-solving skill and creativity skill, critical thinking skills, these can be promoted whenever we introduce them to problem-based learning. So you have to give them a problem, asking them to solve it. You can put up a new idea and ask them to give their inputs. So problem-based and inquiry-based learning. Collaborative and peer learning is another way. Then we have the ICT-enabled teaching and LMS or digital platforms use. And lastly, collaborative and reflective learning practices. So teaching students to work together in groups, learning collaborative skills, asking them to reflect on what has been taught, asking them to critically analyze or evaluate something that is taught, these are some of the ways through which they can reflect on what has been learned, and they can learn to think and write. So there are some other characteristics apart from the ones which I have earlier mentioned. So OBE is criterion reference because here we have a set of predetermined criteria and which measure the learner's achievement and not in relation to achievement of other learners. So here we don't compare students with other learners, rather we compare each student with his own or her own individual performance over time. So it is about how one learns in the journey, very individual. OBE makes use of clearly stated outcomes and assessment criteria. So everything is very clear, everything is, assessment is also clear. And so students know in advance what they have to do to achieve these outcomes. And assessors also, teachers that is, can use these criteria to assess the outcomes with reasonable objectivity and reliability. Also, OBE permits a variety of assessment methods and instruments because apart from knowledge, we will now be testing their abilities, their performances, and therefore it allows for the use of a variety of assessment methods and instruments, and also collection of evidence from varieties of sources. So when we design an outcome-based education, what do we keep in mind? So generally, we have to keep in mind the fact that all students are equipped with knowledge, skills, and qualities needed to be successful after they exit the educational system. So our basic, point or emphasis should be this, that when I am designing a outcome, I have to be aware of the fact that with this outcome, I will equip my student with the knowledge, skills, and qualities to be successful after they after they exit the system. So therefore, Spady, who is one of the most well-known voices of OBE, describes it as clear learning results that we want students to demonstrate at the end of significant learning experiences. So here, while exit outcomes represent the culmination of a student's career, which is done at the end, he emphasizes on enabling outcomes, you see, which provide the key building blocks upon which these are developed. So apart from the exit outcomes which are evaluated in the end semester examination, he had emphasized on continuous and formative assessments, which he called enabling outcomes, which provide the key building blocks, that is the affective domain, that is the values, the attitudes, and the skills, other skills like, psychosocial skills, or even the skill of doing, which comes later. So once the exit outcomes have been identified, curriculum, instructional strategies, assessment and performance standards are organized. And when we write out OBE, statements, outcomes, when we write the learning outcomes, generally we are more concerned with the exit outcomes. But as teachers, we have to keep in mind that enabling outcomes always have to be there at the back of our minds to ensure that even while doing a regular class, if we can teach them certain skills which would help them in their real day-to-day world. So when we want to implement OBE, we have to keep in mind these 8 points. First and foremost, you have to have an institutional mission and a vision. Every institution has a mission, and in order to achieve, it has a vision, and it then envisages a mission mode of how to uh, achieve that vision. Establish program or education objectives. So, based on the mission and vision, every institution has to design the program educational objectives, that is, which in Dibrugarh University we have defined as student learning outcomes. That is, in other words, to say the graduate attributes. That means a student who passes out from a particular institution, say Gorgaon College, that student must have these qualities. A student who passes out from Dibrugarh University must have those qualities, which have to be reflected across all curriculum, across all departments. So you have to give some broad 5 to 6, we have 13 learning outcomes, which can be known as program educational. So all the programs of the institution reflect some common outcomes. So across all disciplines, students will have to broadly show those outcomes. Next, you go to the program learning outcomes. So the program learning outcomes means every particular program. So here in outcome-based education, there are some terms which may seem new to you, like program, course, CLO, PLO, etc. So I will just give you a brief definition, but just for your benefit, I'm just going through this. Program learning outcomes, which are the outcomes that should be seen in a graduate of that particular program. So if someone passes BA History, that means he or she should show these sort of outcomes. Say BA in English, BA in Assamese. So those are the broad outcomes of that particular program. After that comes the course outcomes. Here it is not reflected, but program learning outcomes include both PSOs as well as CSOs, program specific outcomes and the course specific outcome. Then based on this, we have to create a curriculum map, and then we have to develop the assessment strategies, then learn to use the rubrics, how we tend to assess it, how we will use different testing rubrics. Then we have to implement the changes, and last but not the least, keep on improving the syllabi continuously by including the latest trends and issues that are relevant in society. So some of the important terms are like this: program outcomes, which are, like I said, are the student learning outcomes. Also, you can say the graduate attributes. Program educational objectives are the objectives of a particular program, like say petroleum technology, geology. These have very specific objectives, right? But along with it, they also have to show the outcomes. So the program specific outcomes, that what will be the specific outcomes of students who study the particular program. then course, and then the course outcomes. You are aware of these terms, I'm sure, right? Are you aware of these terms like
Yes,
PS?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Yeah. So many people even nowadays confuse. I find people saying BA course. BA is not a course. BA is a program, right? So it'll take time, but I think as people who are involved in higher education, we are all aware of program and course. So then I will skip this slide. So basically, therefore, in FIUGP under NEP, we find program outcomes, course outcomes, and overall what we call as the learning outcomes. Actually, it should have been program outcomes, program specific outcomes, and learning outcomes. Uh, Program outcomes means the graduate attributes which we call in our university as student learning outcomes. That is, all the students of the different programs under Dibrugarh University are expected to achieve some broad goals. Like, for example, citizenship, how to be a good citizen. That is something we teach across all disciplines. Also, environmental awareness and the concepts of conservation, etc., that we teach across all disciplines. So, those are the broad overall graduate attributes or the overall program outcomes, student learning outcomes. Then we come to the actual program outcomes. Program outcomes are those which are uh, the particular program. So, suppose you have a BA program, a master's program. So, BA program goals and the master's program goals, which nowadays in most colleges you have both BA and MA. In our Department of Education, we have B.Ed, we have M.Ed, and we have MA education. We had MPhil and we now have PhD. So what happens is we don't give the same sort of curriculum for all. We don't give sometimes the contents are same. For example, psychology is taught even in M.Ed, it is taught in MA, and it is taught even in B.Ed. But in B.Ed, it is known as learner and learning. So more about the individual learner. In MA, it is known as advanced educational psychology. So advanced educational psychology implies theories and the modern things. And in MA, it is more practical that what would be required of an MA teacher. So the titles are different, contents are sometimes same, but majority of the contents are different. And accordingly, therefore, you have to define the outcomes. So program specific outcomes would be as per the program. So if it is a master's program, it would be different. If it's a graduation program, it would be different. So keeping in mind, if it's a professional course program, it would be different. So program outcomes are those. You don't have to have a lot of program outcomes. 4 or 5 are sufficient. But course outcomes, yeah. For every course outcome, it includes all the different courses that are there in the program. So in a program, you have a minimum of, say, how many courses? In our PG program, we have in the first year, we have, I think, 5 courses. We have 4 core courses, 1 discipline specific elective, and we have GEC. So 6. So 6 courses, and the outcomes for the 6 courses would be again as per the contents of the course. And generally, when we define the outcomes for the course, we look to the content. So unit 1, what is the major heading of that particular unit and what are the contents? And based on those contents, you can write 1, 2, or 3 outcomes, which would be the ultimate learning outcomes of. Then for unit 2, what is the title of that particular unit? And then design 2, 3, 4 as per the, because you have to evaluate them also, remember. So you can't have only 1 or 2. If you have lot of contents, you might have 5, 6 also. And then accordingly, every course will have as per its units 4, per unit 4, 5, you may have a lot of outcomes. right? So therefore, learning outcomes, when we talk about them, is basically about what a student should be able to do after the specific lesson, that particular lesson, when I said course specific outcome. So today, if I'm teaching them, say, Constitution of India, then what is the particular outcome that I am keeping in mind for them? That is the learning outcome per content. So whenever we design our course outcomes, we generally give 3 or 4, sometimes even 2. But that is not to say that students learning that particular unit will know only those 2 outcomes. Those will be evaluated by the end semester examination. But regarding the other content, these may be evaluated not by end semester but in the regular classrooms through discussion, through debate, through a seminar, through an extempore asking them to speak on something, right? So learning outcomes are those daily level what we can do after the end of it. So when we teach also as a teacher, we must keep in mind that what is my objective of teaching this and what is the outcome I want. And accordingly, at the end, you can ask a question or you can ask, students may ask you that. So therefore, learning outcomes are very specific, particular lesson, module or learning activity. Right. So today's session for you at the end will be a learning outcome, what you have learned that you can maybe tell your institutions later. So therefore, we have to develop some SLOs. And here is a 3-level model, which I explained at the beginning also. We start with the vision and the mission, that is institutional level. Then we go on to the second and third levels, which is the program level, the program education objectives, and the overall, that is the SLOs. And then we go to the program outcomes. Each program has its outcomes and the specific outcomes. And lastly, we have the course outcomes. And accordingly, therefore, this model talks about 3 things. University level, which we call it as the student learning outcomes, SLOs, program objectives, or program outcomes. Program level goals produce student learning outcomes. So what are the things that students will demonstrate when they have met the learning goals? Then you have the course level student learning outcomes, CSOs, which are determined by the faculty. So here, when we write the course level student learning outcomes, which are the CSOs, at that level only teachers are involved. So one university level is decided by a committee of, say, experts, which will be set up by the university. I remember I was a part of that. I was a chairperson of the committee of the student learning outcomes of Liverpool University. And yesterday, Chandan Sharma spoke to you. He was a member. So we had a very good team and we had defined it after a lot of brainstorming. So university level is decided by the vision and mission of the institution. Then accordingly, we requested every department to design their program level thing, keeping in line the institutional goals. So they designed those program level program objectives. And then we asked those head of the departments or the chairpersons of the board of studies to move forward with the final syllabus course of specific outcomes, which had to be designed by every particular teacher who taught a particular course. So this was at a very grassroots level. We had a number of workshops. We explained to them how to write, and then they developed CLOs, they developed PLOs, and all aligned to the student learning outcomes of Dibrugarh University. So basic criteria is we should, each module or qualifications should state the desired outcome. So for a program outcome, it would be different. assessment criteria would be different, but for a course outcome, definitely it will be different. Assessment also will have to change accordingly. Secondly, it is also necessary that outcomes are very explicit, very clear, transparent, distinct, and separately considered. And students need to understand very clearly what is being assessed and what they are expected to achieve. Why do we write it? Because we want clarity for students. They know what's expected of them. Focus for teachers. It guides our teaching strategies and content selection. So content selection comes first. What will be your content, and then how you will teach that, what strategy you will use. Then ensures you're assessing what you're teaching, the basis for assessment, curriculum coherence. So whenever you design a course, it must align with the program, but also the coherence should be there. That at master's level, when we were designing, we kept in mind what they have learned at the graduation level. And then accordingly, therefore, we developed the curriculum. We have tried to ensure that there is no repetition. And we have also tried to ensure that although we may have included certain components which they may have learned at the undergraduate level, but at the postgraduate level, we are teaching them that at a deeper or a higher level. So the curriculum coherence, that link has to be there. So in first semester, I remember once one student had said, as a feedback after he left, he wrote me a letter. I was the head then. That madam, in our first semester, we have philosophy, psychology, sociology, and research methodology. So it is very heavy. And can you please discuss the matter and see that one at least either a research methodology or philosophy, can it be shifted to a later semester, which I thought was very important, because we tried to give the foundational courses together, but we forgot to think about the fact that at the MA first semester level, many students are leaving their homes and coming to a new environment. They are facing adjustment problems. They are having issues with the medium of instruction, new companions, new programs, and hence they are already, there is a lot of turbulence in their lives. Plus the depth of these courses, heavy content was creating a lot of pressure. So whenever we design curriculum, therefore, you have to keep in mind how coherent is this. Is it creating a pressure? Are you repeating? Are you going beyond what a student needs to know at that level? So that is important. Accountability and quality assurance, it is a must for NAC. So we have to do it, and we therefore shift also to student-centric learning, from what to teach to what students learn. So therefore, what is a learning outcome? It is a clear, concise statement of what a student is expected to know, understand, or be able to do by the end of a learning experience. It is simply a result or consequence of an action or process. A learning outcome is what results from the learning process, and therefore, whenever we write learning outcomes, we have to keep in mind that they are intended statements that predict what learners will have gained as a result of learning. Key characteristics: student-focused, measurable, observable, specific. Right? So this is very clear. And under F5GP, we have this. And like I said, learning outcomes are very important because we are talking about cognitive, affective, and psychomotor skills development in our students today. So these outcomes can be written to cover any particular area of behavior or more than one area also. So when we say psychomotor, means some skill transfer. When we say cognitive, means some knowledge transfer. And when we say affective, it means some form of feeling, attitudinal, or value transfer. So a learning outcome does not indicate how the outcome will be met, but simply what the learner will be able to do at the end of the session. So generally, whenever we write learning outcomes, we keep in mind Bloom's taxonomy. Now, Bloom's taxonomy, as you must all be aware, consists of three domains: cognitive domain,
Hello, ma'am.
affective domain, and psychomotor domain. This is the latest version, the Cratwell version. Earlier, when he started out, he talked only about the cognitive domain. And therefore, traditional education was mostly concentrated in this: knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation. But today, when we are saying that we want a total holistic development of a student, we want a multidisciplinary development of a student, we want a total personality change, transformation of a student. Therefore, we have to keep in mind affective and psychomotor domain. And therefore, when we talk about affective domain, these are the particular characteristics that we have to keep in mind. And in psychomotor, what are the things that we should keep in mind? So the power of action verbs, basically, Bloom's taxonomy, like I said, provided earlier the hierarchy of cognitive skills, but now it has gone beyond. Bloom and Cratwell's, Anderson and Cratwell's version gives us affective and psychomotor also. Here, earlier Bloom taxonomy was used, but there we used mostly some terms like know, understand, like see, knowledge. For knowledge, know. For comprehension, a student will be able to understand. Application will be able to apply. Those sort of things. So, but these are very vague. You cannot measure them. So therefore, today the change is that we may keep these things in mind, but we have to use strong action verbs. The verbs must be action verbs. So instead of remembering, we will say recall, identify, list, define, describe, name, state. For understanding, terms like explain, summarize, interpret, classify, discuss, recognize, paraphrase. So these can be measured. Apply, use, demonstrate, solve, compute, illustrate, implement, prepare. See, for evaluating, say, assess, critique, justify, appraise, defend, and creating, design, develop, formulate. So, action verbs, that is the most important. So, accordingly, today we use this particular pyramid in higher education. And if you see, it's an inverted pyramid. So, at higher education, while in the school level, remembering and understanding may be the goals. In the lower levels, it is only remembering, name, identify, locate, etc. Slowly, as the school child reaches class 5, 6, knowledge and understanding. But application level is mostly at, say, 9, 10, 11, 12. But in higher education, therefore, we cannot afford to give more emphasis on these lower levels of learning. We need to emphasize these 4 higher levels of learning. And therefore, in this pyramid, it is meant for higher education that our emphasis should be on applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating. Creating is the highest order thinking skill. These are known as HOTS, higher order thinking skills. So therefore, when we write the outcome, keeping in mind Bloom's taxonomy, we have to keep in mind the following parts: action verb, subject content, level of achievement, and condition. So the formula is a student will what? The verb or the action phrase, action verb. Evaluate, see? Reference books in order to. Why? In
Hello,
order
ma'am.
to locate, yeah. Sorry?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please continue.
Ma'am, I would like to suggest a short interruption here so that we can all have a tea break for 5
But
minutes.
my time was actually 10 to 12.
10 to 12. Yes, ma'am. If we could have a 5-minute break.
Then maybe I
It,
will not be
yeah.
able to complete at as per my scheduled time. What
Ma'am,
would you
if you can,
suggest?
if you want to continue, then yes, we would like to continue.
Because if you want a break, I can take it, but I don't think I'll be able to complete the thing because I think I have quite a few slides to go even
Madam,
now.
actually, this is for you only. If you
For
want to
me?
have a break, then
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
No, it's so fine. I'll complete it.
Okay, okay. Then continue, madam. We have
Mana,
no issue.
uh,
For you,
the
we are thinking that.
Oh, no. No, actually,
Okay.
I was thinking that I'm going at a speed. I don't know whether they are able to, they are with me. While in online mode, that is a big problem. You don't see the participants and
Exactly.
no, so I I just wanted to ask, are you okay with what I have done? Do you have any problems with what I have done so far?
We are getting, madam.
Ma'am,
No
after the
issue.
session,
Oh,
we
no,
will
ma'am.
have an
It's okay, ma'am.
interactive session with
It's
the
okay, ma'am.
participants.
It's
We are
okay, na?
understanding, ma'am.
So, yeah, if you can take now I'll be going to the real part actually. So you can just note down anything that you don't understand, and then we can have an interaction at the end. I have no problem. Hmm. So therefore, whenever we write the outcome, we need to think what do I want the student to be able to do at the end of this particular lesson, at the end of this particular course. So that will help us to write a learning outcome. And whenever we write a good learning outcome, just keep this three A, B, C, D, E in mind. Audience, who is learning? Is it a school child? Is it a college student? Is it a master student or a PhD student? What observable action will the student perform? So the action verb that I told you. What is the action verb that they will be able to show? Condition. So under what circumstances will the behavior occur? So it doesn't mean that everything can be evaluated only by a test. Sometimes certain content you can evaluate only and say by observation or by some discussion or something, which may not be tested as such by an examination. So under what sort of a condition would those behaviors occur? Then the degree. So what level of proficiency do you want? Like I said, at higher education, it should be the highest level, of course. And the evidence that how will you know that they have achieved it? So that comes the measurability, which I'm sure someone will be discussing with you over the next few days. So therefore, when we write a statement like, say, a student will be able to analyze, this is the action verb, student is the audience, uh, primary historical documents, that is C, that is the condition to identify bias, degree, and after completing the research module C. See, so keeping this in mind when we write an outcome, generally the outcomes are perfect. So therefore, ultimately, what are we talking about? We are talking about applied competence at higher education level. Okay, because please remember, I have prepared this for higher education. If it had been for school level, I would have brought it down slightly because for school level, we don't have to go into halls. So there we are talking only about competence and understanding. Here we are talking about applied competence, the ability to become employable, the ability to become able to find a job or even create jobs in the future. So it is the ability to put into practice in the relevant context the learning outcomes acquired in obtaining the qualification. This is most important. So therefore, we talk about three types of competence: practical, fundamental, and reflective. Right. So practical means how to do things. Fundamental, that is the cognitive part, and reflective is about the awareness, self-reflection, application, values, the transformation that takes place in a person after completing a particular content. So the focus is does on output rather than input, although this does not mean that the knowledge base should be neglected. So 5 things you have to keep in mind for designing the courses: that what do you want the student to be able to do? What does the student need to know in order to do this well? That is the curriculum. What activity will facilitate the learning, the pedagogy part? How will the student demonstrate the learning, the assessment? And how will I know the student has done this well? That is the criteria. So whenever we are designing a curriculum, designing a course, these are the things we have to keep in mind. And here, if you notice, outcome is most important. What is the outcome you want to give or give a student? Then accordingly, what he needs to know for that outcome, and what are the contents or the teaching strategies that will be used to facilitate that learning? How will that be evaluated? And how will we judge a student later? So there is a ripple effect, therefore, if you keep in mind that learning outcomes inform content selection. So as future syllabus creators, content developers, always remember that only when you have a learning outcome in mind, then only it helps in the content selection. So what topics must be discovered? Then teaching methods, lectures, will it be lectures? Will it be discussions, practicals, projects, what? And then assessment design. What type of assignments do you want to use? Will it be a seminar? Will it be a review paper? Will it be a group discussion? Will it be a debate? So, and lastly, the feedback. So these are most important whenever we design outcomes and contents. So therefore, if we have to design outcomes step by step, then what is most important is that we have to keep these things in mind. Review the purpose of the course, identify the core content, brainstorm what students should be able to do, refine using Bloom's taxonomy, ensure measurability, keep it concise and specific. Aim for 4 to 6 significant COs per course. I have told you earlier, 4 to 6 course-specific objectives are enough. But then you will say that in the end semester examination, how will I show which particular course outcome I have covered? Like I said, everything can't be evaluated in a 3-hour examination. You can evaluate the other content of the that has not been identified in the course outcome through your daily classroom evaluation and assessment. Avoid combining multiple ideas into one LO and align with the assessment. So these are the most important things which we need to keep in mind whenever we are designing a content and the outcome of that content. So if we have to write a learning outcome, therefore, choose specific information or a skill that you teach in class. Then think about what does the student need to know, why do they need to know this, and what is the appropriate learning aid. So here I would just like to give you some examples of learning outcomes which I have seen in different syllabi. And I have just categorized them into 2 categories, that one is vague and one is better. So vague allows will, so students will know about the Indian Constitution. Okay, so no is very vague. How will you test how the student, what the student knows of the institution? So rather, if you say identify is a word that is used in the context of knowing, So identify the key features of the Indian Constitution. So see, immediately you have fulfilled the first level of the Bloom's taxonomy. You have given a very good action verb which can be assessed, and it is the first part of the thinking skill. Then students will understand classical physics. Understand classical physics. After understanding, what will they do? How will you evaluate? So students will apply the laws of motion to solve problems involving forces and energy. See? So by using the term apply the laws of motion, it becomes easier for you to write a question because you are now testing them for application. And students will appreciate poetry of Rabindranath Tagore. Here, analyze the thematic elements and literary devices in selected poems by Rabindranath Tagore. So they are doing a comparison, they are analyzing, and they are then summarizing. So appreciation word cannot be defined. Obviously it is a higher level, but how will you assess appreciation? So if you use the word analyze, then it obviously implies that they were able to appreciate, and they are also doing a lot of study about the poetry of Rabindranath Tagore. So from vague to vigorous. So there are here I have given some well-written course outcomes of UG and PG level just for an example. I don't have to go into that. So here the words, if you see, are very clear, distinct, and have clarity. So when we use the word explain, we mean understanding. When we say critique historical narratives, it is evaluating. When we say develop a comprehensive financial plan for a small business, that means creating highest order. Then design a linguistic research project using appropriate methodologies, highest level. So these are very well accessible. They have clarity, and a student can assess himself also, and a teacher can assess a student also. So common pitfalls that we need to avoid are learning outcomes have to be very clear and written in very few words. It should not be very broad or vague. So simply very few, just like I said, that formula, no? That a student will be able to do what in order to why. Then too many allows. Too many allows will overwhelm the students, and it will become impossible for a teacher to assess thoroughly. So you must not have too many learning outcomes. Teacher focused. So this is something that is to be avoided, because it should be about what the student is able to do. It should be student focused, not teacher focused. Then using non-measurable verbs. Verbs like appreciate, know, be aware of, these are not measurable, and hence they are to be avoided. Then whenever you write a learning outcome, remember, if you can't assess it, then it's not an effective LO. So if it is not aligned with assessment, your learning outcome is faulty. And lastly, focusing only on lower level, lower order thinking. So at the higher education level, we have to encourage critical thinking, creativity, evaluation, etc., not on knowledge, understanding, and comprehension. So is your learning outcome effective? You can test yourself. This is a template I have just taken from the net. So does your learning outcome identify what the students will be able to do on completion of a topic? Does the learning outcome focus on specific and concrete actions? Is it observable? how you would test or measure its achievement. Is it aligned with the expected level of knowledge or performance at that point in the program? Does the outcome have a clear meaning for both teachers and students? Is the outcome relevant and useful for students? Does the learning outcome align with corresponding learning activities and assessments? So when you're writing for your course, you must also keep in mind that the student studies other courses also, and it must be aligned accordingly. So if, like I said, in that particular case, he had suggested that philosophy could be given later, which we felt was doable because they already have a basis in the undergraduate level. So we thought of it from our perspective, from our perception, but we need to think from the student's perception. That is a big lesson I learned way back in 2012-13 when I was the head. So therefore, these are the things you learn and you have to make changes as teachers so that the learning becomes more useful and meaningful for a student. So therefore, if we have to take away the key takeaways of today's presentation, remember their outcomes are student-centric, measurable statements of what students will achieve. Bloom's taxonomy is your best friend for choosing powerful action verbs. Keep LO SMART. SMART is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. Align LOs with teaching, learning, and assessment. Always align them with either teaching or learning, and if possible, always with assessment. Good LOs lead to clearer expectations and better learning experiences. Core features of OBE is that step one, you have to have some measurable learning competencies. That is the first thing. So you have to be able to define what is the learning competency you want a student of your course in a particular program at the graduation or the post-graduation level to be uh, competent at. Secondly, mastery. Today we talk about mastery learning. Mastery learning means going to the depths of a topic. So at the higher education level, today we have to ensure that deep learning takes place. Students have a total mastery over concepts. Because of our examination systems, learning seems to have become very superficial. But under OBE in NEP 2020, a lot of emphasis is being given on the mastery of concepts. So concept learning is very important. Small things, but these are the basis of all learning. Third is adaptive learning, that constant willingness to learn, lifelong learners. That is most important. You remember, uh, to, uh, I think it was Alvin Toffler who said, the illiterate of the 21st century is not the person who cannot uh, read or write, but the person who cannot learn, unlearn, relearn. So adaptive learning requires you at times to unlearn some things that you may have learned earlier, which is very difficult. We resist that. But if you are convinced and by the conviction and by what are the changes and what are the results you are saying, that readiness must be there in every individual of today's society, that you must be ready to unlearn, if required, something that you may have wrongly learned earlier. But most important is relearning, constantly learning, constantly relearning something. So what you learned doesn't become meaningless just because it was wrong, but learning it, relearning it in the right manner is adaptive learning. So step 3 is adaptive learning, very, very important, a skill that we have to instill in our students, that they don't accept everything as final, that they must be ready to keep on learning, growing, adapting, and they may have to keep on changing as per the situations. And step 4, automatically this will happen. It will lead to quality education. So when you keep in mind these 1, 2, 3, our ultimate goal is quality education. That is also possible because of OBE. So role of teachers is curriculum designers, planners, and facilitators of learning. So that is your most important role. Earlier, university teachers used to design the curriculum, but now you have a chance to design your own curriculum. You are now mentors and academic advisors. I think in FIUGP, Dibrugarh University, we have mentor-mentee groups. So remember, you are not only a teacher who teaches, but you are also a mentor and an academic advisor to future students, future career people. Then always remember that in teaching strategy and assessment, you must keep yourself updated so as to be ready to innovate in the recent trends of pedagogy and assessment. So you have to be an innovator. You cannot stagnate. No, not that. You have to constantly be ready to innovate as per the requirements. And assessors. So as an assessor, as an evaluator, you have a very critical and crucial role to play because you will be identifying the future leaders of society. So what techniques you use for assessing students' competencies have to be very accurate. And also you have to be a reflective practitioner because you cannot afford to do things just in a routine manner. You have to teach and then you have to reflect on the participation in the classroom, on the looks of in the faces of the students while you were teaching, in the queries that were put up, in the answers that were given, and if possible, introspect and think that do I need to change? Do I need to reflect on this and maybe change something in my teaching? That is important. So assessors and reflective practitioners. And lastly, most important, remember you are the main contributors to the quality assurance process. So institutional strategies for OBE is actually academic leadership has to be very strong, focused, and supportive, and not only provide support in infrastructure in other ways, but most importantly, policy support is required. IQSC-led monitoring is a must. IQSC has to play a very important role in ensuring that outcome-based education is taking place in an institution in its full glory. Capacity building, therefore, will be required through FDPs, and therefore I have to thank the principal, Dr. Sabasati Mahanta, for thinking of organizing this FDP, although in a distance learning, in an online mode, but still it is enough to see that there are so many people who have joined in to improve their capacities. Then digital documentation and learning management systems have to be used increasingly more and more in the future. And stakeholder involvement and feedback is a must. Many of us complain that our students' parents are not interested, and even when we call them for meetings, they don't come. But we have to make them, we have to sensitize the stakeholders about how important it is for them to be involved and how important their feedback is for us as teachers, for the institution as a whole, to improve and make its contribution to society even more active. Challenges will be there. Every time there is a new thing coming up, there is a challenge. So challenge is a constant, you can say. So greatest challenge is resistance to change. Every time there is a change, there is always resistance. So that is the greatest challenge. But in this aspect, I find that in OBE, I find there is very active participation of teachers. I have done a number of workshops on OBE, And I find that they are so interested to learn. So that's a good thing. So it seems to be less resistance. Lack of training is there, definitely. Many of you do not have the idea. You want to do, but you don't know how to do. Or maybe some of you were already doing it, but you didn't know you were actually preparing students for applied competence. But now you know that what you were doing was right, but maybe you need to spell it out so that even students know and institutions know what you are trying to do. Documentation burden is always there. Every time people are full of documentation burden, but that is a must because records are important for future. And lastly, assessment alignment issues. Uh, that alignment with assessment is something that needs to be worked out. Right now, we are mostly doing at written test level, but there are other assessment opportunities. In university, we do use them. But in large classrooms with a whole number of students, it's very difficult. If you have 15 to 20 students, it's very doable to have different forms of assessment. But in large groups, assessment becomes an issue. So alignment issues are there. Uh, so in order to realize the vision of NEP, we have therefore to most importantly emphasize that phased implementation is very important as OBE is a continuous evolving process. Remember I had given you the three types of OBE. So transitional and transformational. So from traditional to transitional to transformational, we have to go forward. We have started out with traditional. In our university, we are slowly moving to transitional and trying to move towards transformational. So that phase-wise implementation will be required because it's a continuous evolving process. Always remember that whatever we do, we have to remember our students, our potential human resources, and therefore we have to align whatever we teach with national and global standards. We have to focus on learner success and employability. Peer mentoring is very important, therefore, and sharing practices. So we need to have more interaction amongst college teachers, university teachers, so that we learn from each other. Technology-enabled assessment is the future. We have to learn to use technology for better assessment. Continuous review and improvement is always required, and strengthening quality culture in HEIs. Best practices, remember OBE is central to NEP 2020 vision as it represents the paradigm shift. We have to focus on learner success and quality. Remember, teachers are change agents. Hence, we have a very important role to play. Collective commitment is key as its successful implementation requires collective effort. So one or two teachers cannot make a difference. All the teachers of a college, of a higher education institution have to come together and move forward because it is collective. NEP 2020 provides a very strong policy framework, and if we can use it as a part of our regulatory framework, it becomes much easier. Commitment to quality and excellence is essential. Conclusion, OBE represents a significant shift towards a more effective, relevant, and accountable learning system. Compared to traditional system, OBE offers more targeted ways to achieve goals and promises a future that is driven by skill set and knowledge. The principles outlined in the sources prioritize student agency and emotional well-being. Now, this is one aspect which is very close to my heart, emotional well-being. That in this mad rush for exams and tests and all, somewhere the students' well-being is getting lost. So emotional well-being is a very important thing which is being highlighted even by the UGC by its emphasis on the student mental and physical health. We need to have more counselors. We need to have more, opportunities to provide students awareness about the importance of well-being, physical, mental, emotional well-being, by shifting the classroom dynamics from teacher-led instruction to collaborative, empathetic environment. And lastly, it encourages students to take ownership of their education. Thought to ponder, and education is not how much you have committed to memory or even how much you know. It is the ability to differentiate between what you know and what you do not. Recently, I read a quote by Elon Musk who said that education is not something that you learn in the school classrooms of the schools, unless and until what you have learned helps you to transform yourself. Unless what you learn leads to a transformation in the individual, that cannot be considered as education. So this particular quote by Anatole France perfectly sums up the difference between traditional and outcome-based education. Since we live in a digital era where technology has opened a world of possibilities for the education sector, therefore we need to upgrade our traditional system with OBE to focus on learning outcomes. How do we reshape the educational landscape? By of moving beyond exams, which was a conventional assessment pattern, by embracing OBE, by aligning assessments with Bloom's taxonomy. I remember I told you earlier our assessment was only up to knowledge, but now we need to move away in the higher ladder of Bloom's taxonomy, and from statement of marks to statement of skills. If you notice in the schools, already they have started, CBSE schools, they have a comprehensive grade sheet which marks a student not only on the exams but also on the performance in the classroom, discipline, um, his how he or she behaves with the teachers, how he or she behaves with friends, how he or she behaves with the peers, so on. So it's a very comprehensive assessment. This transformative shift not only aligns with the objectives of NEP, but it also addresses the broader goals of preparing students for the challenges of 21st century. By emphasizing continuous internal evaluation, defining clear learning outcomes, assessing skills aligned with Bloom's taxonomy, and prioritizing a statement of skills, HEIs are poised to nurture well-rounded individuals capable of thriving in a rapidly changing world. In conclusion, as HEIs in India embrace these progressive assessment practices, they not only enhance the quality of education but also contribute to the holistic development of students, ultimately fulfilling the aspirations of NEP 2020. Synergy between NEP 2020 and OBE is evident in their shared goal of restructuring the educational framework to produce competent, innovative, and thoughtful, caring individuals. Emphasis on critical thinking, creativity, and ethical reasoning are essential outcomes, aligns perfectly with OBE's focus on achieving smart learning outcomes. This alignment promises to revolutionize Indian higher education landscape in the future by ensuring that learning is relevant, engaging, and applicable. So, thank you. So, with that, I think just in time, I have been able to complete my so now, if you have queries, I would like you to please put forward your queries. I'm ready.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, so much. Now the session is open for the uh, discussion. The participant, those who have any query, please put forward your question.
Ma'am, I have a question. Ma'am, not actually question, I wanted suggestion that from your experience, can you suggest some effective tools for outcome-based assessment?
Tools. No, that will, I'm sure you will be having a session on the different tools, but we are bound by certain rules. No? So we have the end semester examinations. So even in the end semester or in the internal examinations, when we write the questions, even while framing questions, we can assess students on the different levels of the. Earlier, I had done a number of workshops on question paper setting. So whenever we, develop questions, we need to keep in mind the terms that I had showed you in Bloom's taxonomy, which are, action verbs. So suppose you say describe. So for describe, you cannot give more than 3 marks.
Yes, ma'am.
But when you say explain, you can give 6 to 8 marks. If you say evaluate, you can give, say, 8 to 10 marks. So simple thing like even question paper can be improved when you become conscious about how much weightage you can give to the words. So if you keep in mind that particular inverted pyramid or even the different words that I had given you, the action verbs, uh, lower order skills require less marks. Higher order skills require more marks. So that you are at a higher education level, okay? And also, say for some things which are not accessible by an examination, you can do it by observing them in the classroom. You can give them to speak on something. You can ask them to you can give them an issue and ask them to present their views, which will show their critical thinking. Right. So that way also you can do certain assessments which may not be done only in the writing form, but can be done uh, in the internal assessments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we have a question.
Mm.
Is the participant who have joined over YouTube has put up some query. The query is from Sudipta Chakraborty. Kindly illustrate the concepts, program, education outcome, and program specific outcome with example.
Program specific outcomes and program outcome.
Yes, program education outcome and program specific outcome.
Yeah, program education outcome are used by certain institutions, which we call in Dibrugarh University, we call it as the student learning outcomes. These are the institutional outcomes. So as an institution, say for example, Dibrugarh University is a rural university which has a lot of science and technology departments and a few humanities departments. So it is a sort of a multidisciplinary university which has now been recognized also by PM Usha as a MERU, Multidisciplinary Education and Research University. So here, therefore, whenever we design the outcomes of our institution, we have to keep in mind both the technological as well as the humanities thing. So that's why we had to design almost 13 outcomes for the students of our university. But say for an institution like say Sibsagar University, uh, you can have 5 or 6 particular values that you would like students of your university to have as a graduate or a postgraduate from this university who carries with him or her certain values very intrinsic to that university. For example, I come from cotton, and when you are a cottonian, you have certain values ingrained that, that questioning, that debating, uh, that awareness of how you also are an important part. You're not a cog in a machine, you're an important part of society. Or maybe because I was a part of cotton during the agitation, so I'm more aware of that. But like that, you need to develop the institutional values. What are the institutional attributes that you feel a student of your institution has to show as the USP, which we call the unique selling point? Right. So you can think of it like that. So those are the program outcomes. That means all the programs should lead to those 5 or 6 main outcomes. Then when we say program-specific outcomes, under program-specific outcomes come the different programs. You may have English, you may have SMEs, history, education, commerce, physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics. So every program will have again 5 or 6 outcomes that a student who passes out from this particular discipline, what are the attitudes or qualities or attributes that particular student should have as a student of this. So say science, you must be having a curiosity, must have that inquisitiveness to know more. For geography, maybe wanting to know about the potential changes in the future, what are the things to look out for, how to prepare. So for education, for example, like I said, for MA education, it's a liberal arts program. So preparing them for higher education, for research, etc. So every program will have their own set of 5 or 6. And when you go down to the courses in the program, those course-specific outcomes should reflect the program-specific outcomes and overall also reflect the program outcomes or the student learning outcomes of the university. So you develop them from top to bottom, but you attain them from bottom onwards. That's why I showed that arrow at the beginning. So someone has written, well, ma'am, after 4 to 5 years, we are still there. No, we are not in the traditional, but we are moving to transitional, yeah, but transformational, I don't know that you have to reflect and think about it yourself. But if you want, you can do it. Every teacher can try to be a transformational leader by trying to write and assess students on the transformational OBE measures. It's not something that is fixed, but since we started out, first and foremost, the number of teachers, the quantity, we realized we could not reach everyone at one go. So we started out with traditional. But slowly we are going on to transitional. In university, for one, I am trying for transformational all the time. So it is just a matter of willingness. If you are interested, if you are willing, why not? You can go ahead. You can write an outcome and you can try to transform your students. Anybody
বাইদেউ মই
else?
পৰাগ বাইদেউ মই পৰাগ বাইদেউ
কৰা।
বৰ ভাল লাগিলে হেৰি
Thank
বাইদেউ
you.
এই গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউট আৰু প্ৰগ্ৰেম আউটকামৰ মাজত কিবা ডিফাৰেঞ্চ আছে নেকি? যদি আছে বা আমি কেনেধৰণে মানে এখন কোৰ্চ ডিজাইন কৰোঁতে বস্তুটো প্লেচ কৰিম তাক?
সেইটোৱে আচলতে গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটছ বুলি যিটো কৈছে UGC-য়ে, গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটছটো মানে আমি আমাৰ চিলেবাছত লেখোঁতে আমি গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটছটোক এনেকৈ দিছিলোঁ। মোৰ মনত আছে মই চাইকলজিখন কৰিছিলোঁতো, যে চাইকলজিৰ এজন গ্ৰেজুৱেটৰ কি ধৰণৰ মানে এট্ৰিবিউটছ থাকিব লাগে, কেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ আমি বিচাৰোঁ। চ' সেই চাইকলজি গ্ৰেজুৱেটটো অবভিয়াছলি এডুকেশ্যনতকৈ বেলেগ হ'ব নহয় জানো, বা ইংলিছতকৈ বেলেগ হ'ব। চ' দ'জ আৰ দ্য গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটছ, বাট ইনষ্টিটিউচনেলি আমাৰ সেই ষ্টুডেণ্ট লাৰ্ণিং আউটকামছ আছে, আৰু সেই ষ্টুডেণ্ট লাৰ্ণিং আউটকামছখিনি আমি তাৰমানে মনত ৰাখি এইখিনি বস্তু কৰোঁ। কাৰণ আমি যেতিয়া কুৱেশ্যন পেপাৰ FYI BGP কৰিব লাগে, তাত আমি শ্ব' কৰিব লাগে যে এই পাৰ্টিকুলাৰ কুৱেশ্যনে কোনটো CAO কৰিছে, কোনটো PO কৰিছে, we have to show. So therefore এই কথাবিলাক আমি তেনেকৈ ভাবিছিলোঁ।
এতিয়া বাইদেউ চিলেবাছখন যেতিয়া কোৰ্চটো যেতিয়া বনাইছোঁ মই কেৰিকুলামটো, তাত মানে গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটখিনি লিখিম আৰু প্ৰগ্ৰেম আউটকাম দুইখিনি বস্তু লিখিম নে অকল প্ৰগ্ৰেম আউটকামটো লিখিলেই হ'ব?
তুমি প্ৰগ্ৰেম আউটকামটো লিখিলেই হ'ব। তোমাৰ প্ৰগ্ৰেমৰ পিছত ল'ৰা ছোৱালীবিলাকৰ যিখিনি এট্ৰিবিউটছ হ'ব, ডেট ইজ দ্য গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটছ, আৰু সেইখিনিত ইট শুড বি ইন লাইন উইথ ইয়ৰ ইনষ্টিটিউচনেল যিটো তোমালোকৰ আউটকামছ। তো তোমালোকৰ ইনষ্টিটিউচনেল আউটকাম আছে নে নাই? ষ্টুডেণ্ট লাৰ্ণিং আউটকাম বা প্ৰগ্ৰেম আউটকাম আছে?
আছে বাইদেউ বনাইছোঁ।
চ' সেই ইনষ্টিটিউচনেল আউটকামৰ লগত তোমালোকৰ প্ৰগ্ৰেম আউটকামটো লিংক হ'ব লাগিব program specific outcome to, and then তাৰপিছত তোমালোকৰ কোৰ্চ বিলাক কি কোৰ্চ দিবা, সেই কোৰ্চ বিলাকৰ কন্টেন্ট বুক কি দিবা, সেইবিলাক তেনে।
হয় বাইদেউ, ঠিক আছে বাইদেউ, একেবাৰে ক্লাছত থকা নিচিনা বৰ ভাল লাগিলে বহুত দিনৰ
বহুত
মূৰত।
দিনৰ পিছত তোমালোককো পালো, ফেচ
হয়
টু ফেচ
বাইদেউ,
পালে ভাল লাগিলেহেঁতেন।
হয় হয় বাইদেউ।
Anyway, I tried my best in the virtual medium. It's very difficult. I enjoy teaching when I see students' faces. Audience or মুখবোৰ নেদেখিলে it's very difficult. মানে মোৰ ক'ৰবাত লাগে মই কৈ আছো কোনেও শুনা নাই বা বুজি পোৱা নাই এনেকুৱা লাগে মানে। So interaction হ'লে বেছি ভাল লাগে। Anyway, something is better than nothing.
ঠিক আছে বাইদেউ, থেংক ইউ ছ মাচ।
Any further question from the participants?
Ma'am, as we came to know that in OBE, the assessment plays a crucial role in measuring the attainment of a student. So, how can we design some different assessment strategies that can go beyond the quantification and normal marking system, so that we can capture the higher order thinking and learning outcome of the students, or their critical thinking and analytical ability? So, ma'am, can you suggest some different ways of innovative ways of assessment that we can apply to our students?
Quantitative and qualitative?
Qualitative, ma'am.
Qualitative to আমি ব্যৱহাৰ কৰোৱে। মই নিজে পেনেল ডিছকাশ্যন দিছো, ডিবেট কৰাইছো, ষ্টুডেণ্টক ৰোল প্লে কৰাইছো, তাৰপিছত তাহাঁতক ডেভেলপ কৰিব দিছো এটা মডিউল, তাহাঁতক ফিল্ডত গৈ পেলাই যিখিনি পঢ়াইছো সেইখিনি চাৰ্ভে কৰি তাহাঁতৰ আহি পেলাই ৰিপৰ্ট লিখিব দিছো। চ' এনেকুৱা বহুত আছে যিবিলাক মানে কৰিব পৰা যায়। আৰু if I'm not mistaken, I'm sure there will be a few sessions on assessment, কাৰণ OBE ৰ আটাইতকৈ ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট কথাটো হৈছে assessment, evaluation and assessment। আৰু assessmentৰ কাৰণে যি rubricsৰ কথা যে কৈছো সেইখিনি মই just touchহে কৰিলো, কাৰণ সেইটো এটা whole মানে আৰামছে এটা দুটা session হৈ যাব। So এতিয়া মই ইমানখিনি নকওঁ, কিন্তু there are different forms of assessment. So quantitative বোৰটো আমি ইউজ
Okay.
কৰি থাকো, qualitative we don't। আৰু qualitative কৰিবলৈ আৰু এটা প্ৰব্লেম হয় কি, আমাৰ ক্লাছ চাইজবোৰ খুব ডাঙৰ হয়তো, খুব ডাঙৰ হ'লে তাৰমানে তোমাৰ ইফেক্টিভ নহয়। If you have small classes, I remember when I first started teaching in university, in MEd we had only 10 students. So ইমান ভাল লাগিছিলে ক্লাছবোৰ কৰি, একদম it was 1-to-1 interactive, মানে আমি ডিছকাছ কৰি থকা নিচিনাকে ক্লাছ কৰোঁ তাৰমানে। সেইটো এটা বেলেগ, তাত you can do a lot of things. But in a classroom of 60, at a value-added course to there are 300-400 students. মোৰ এবাৰ মনত আছে হেল্থ এণ্ড ৱেলবিঙৰ VSA ক্লাছৰুমত there were almost 182 students, which we had to do online, কাৰণ আমাক তেনেকুৱা ক্লাছৰুমেই নাই, আমাৰ কনফাৰেন্স হলেই নাই তেনেকুৱা। So এইবোৰ আমাৰ বহুত মই কৈছো ন, ইনফ্ৰাষ্ট্ৰাকচাৰেল ছাপোৰ্ট ইজ ভেৰি ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট, ইনষ্টিটিউচনেল ইনফ্ৰাষ্ট্ৰাকচাৰেল ছাপোৰ্ট। Otherwise, it's very difficult to do good assessment under OBE. So সেইখিনি support লাগিব, কিন্তু সেইকাৰণে সব বস্তু quantitative নাৰাখি আমি qualitative কৰিবলৈ যদি পাৰো খুব ভাল হয়, কিন্তু large quantity sizeৰ কাৰণে আমি mostly quantitative কৰো। সেইটোৱে আমাৰ এতিয়া এটা মানে এটা loophole আছে আৰু আমাৰ systemটো।
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable
I'm
suggestions.
sure you'll have a few sessions. Your doubts will be cleared. I
Sure.
didn't touch that because that is
Okay.
a huge aspect. I only gave you the philosophy of OBE, why it is required and why we need to actually internalize it as very important for us and for our students. I think there are no more questions, are there?
Let me check the chat box, ma'am.
I got only one question. And that is also by one of my students, if I'm not mistaken. Pawan must be Pawan Gogoi from Digboy College.
So if there is no other further question from the participant, we shall conclude the first session.
So before
Thank you.
concluding, I would just like to say thank you to the organizers, most specifically to Dr. Sabyasachi Mahanta, who I cannot say no to. The way he begins the request is always an yes, okay, I will do it. So thank you, Dr. Mahanta, for inviting me to address this particular FDP of yours, which is on a very relevant and important topic. I am so happy that you have not only been accorded autonomous status, your institution, but you have also started to really actively prepare your teachers and other teachers for the future. I wish you all the best in the future. I thank everyone for attending this particular session. I'm sorry we couldn't do it offline, but if ever there are any queries, please feel free to contact me. I'm available in Dibrugarh University, and any queries, I'm always available for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we have come to the conclusion part of the first session. It was a very insightful discussion shared by ma'am, and ma'am has covered all the topic based on the outcome-based education. We're focusing on ensuring that learning is clear, measurable, and meaningful, and also cover the Bloom's taxonomy, how synergistically outcome-based education and Bloom's taxonomy together form a strong framework for modern teaching learning practices. OBE focuses on clearly defined and measurable learning outcome, and it shifts from the focuses from teaching content to student achievement and real-world application, alignment, curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. Ma'am also covered the learner-centric approach promoted in NEP 2020, how the idea of different students need different teaching learning approaches, and also focuses and dealt with the different anatomy of good learning outcome, that is the ABCD models, which is the simple way to understand the learning outcome of the outcome-based education. And also ma'am has very much given emphasized on how the sensitization of OB is very much important, and it is the key role where creating awareness and understanding among stakeholders about shifting from input-based teaching to outcome-based learning, ensuring that all educational practices are aligned with clearly defined learning outcomes. Also discussed about the SLO, CO, POs, and LO, which is one of the most important key points to achieve the OBE in the NEP 2020. So OBE can classify it, which is traditional, transitional, transformational, and spontaneously, where transformational OBE is one of the most aligned part of the NEP 2020. If we can shift this traditional transitional to the transformational OBE, then it will make a successful to the NEP 2020. So overall, the NEP 2020 focus is about the holistic development and multidisciplinary approach of overall development growth of in the form of the cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain. So thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your insightful thought and experience to all of us, and your knowledgeable experience and sharing is very much meaningful. And we have, and practically right now I have known so much new words like that of ABCDE model, and such kind of word is new to me. So thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you for the compliment.
With
Thank you
this,
so much.
yes, ma'am. With this word, I would like to conclude the session. We shall be meeting to the next session, which will be delivering by the Dr. Amar Upadhyay, sir. and we will resume it shortly.
Have a nice
Thank
day,
you, ma'am.
everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Ankur sir, am I audible? Hello. Ankur sir, am I audible? Hello.
Mainly, I think you can start. The resource person has joined.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
মই নোৱাৰো এতিয়া খাব।
A very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries, esteemed resource person, and dear participant. I again warmly welcome you to the second session of our faculty development program. In this session, we have Dr. Amar Upadhyay sir. Without much delay, I would like to introduce our speaker, and it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished resource person, Dr. Amar Upadhyay, a respected faculty member of the Department of Education at Dibrugarh University. Dr. Upadhyay is an accomplished academician with extensive experience in teaching and research in the field of education. His academic contributions span key areas such as educational theory, curriculum development, pedagogy, research methodology, and contemporary issues in education. He has actively involved in academic research, contributed to academic discussion through seminars, workshops, and research, and is known for his engaging and thought-provoking presentation. Known for his insightful perspective and engaging style of presentation, Dr. Upadhyay has played a significant role in nurturing students and guiding research scholars. His commitment to academic excellence and innovative teaching practices make him highly valued resource person. His scholarly engagement with evolving educational frameworks makes him especially well studied to address today's theme, that is pedagogical implication of NEP 2020. As we aware, the NEP 2020 envisioned a transformative shift from traditional content-based teaching to a more holistic, learner-centered, and multidisciplinary approach. Dr. Upadhyay insight into innovative pedagogical practices, outcome-based learning, and competency-driven education will help us better understand how these reforms can be effectively translated to classroom practices. We are indeed privileged to have him with us today. His expertise will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and inspire meaningful academic engagement, aligning our teaching practices with the vision of NEP 2020. Let us extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to Dr. Amar Upadhyay sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam, for the introduction. Respected principal sir of Gargaon College Autonomous, respected participants from different esteemed institutions of the state as well as outside the state. I hope there are total 58 participants. Respected coordinators of the FDP, respected director, TLC Dibrugarh University. I hope participants are from different subject backgrounds. Though it is an online workshop, we need a little bit of interaction in between. So I hope if there is any activity in between the workshop, then you can do it in a paper and you can upload the image in the chat box so that we can interact and we can share. Because mostly this session is related to the engagement of the learners in the classroom. That's why I hope chat box is there and you may take an image of your writings and you may upload there if any activity in between. Let us share my presentation. First, pedagogical implications of NEP 2020 in higher education. So at the beginning of the presentation, let me talk how pedagogy is related to the other aspects of education. When we talk about education, it starts from the society. Education is given, education is propagated to encounter the social issues, social problems, for the upliftment of the society, to bring social benefits. Everything is society. We are giving education to the young generation, to the future generation, for the upliftment of the society, for the nation building. So you see, if we see this this cycle, then you will understand that the base is the society. What is the need of the society? What is the need of the nation? After 25 years, 35 years, what type of citizen we need? What type of human resources we need? What type of society we need? Then on the basis of that, the policy is framed. Suppose everyone knows that in 2020 the new policy has come, and we are struggling to implement that policy in the all over the country now. The new education policy, National Education Policy 2020. Now, National Education Policy says something about the vision of education, the principles of education, the mission of education, the managerial structure, the structural changes, the curriculum changes, the outcome, everything it has decided. It is a 68 pages document. I hope all teachers must read the NEP 2020, because to understand the current scenario of education, current aspects of education, we must understand, we need to connect it to NEP, the provisions of NEP, because whatever we are discussing here in the workshop or outside the workshop or in our day-to-day, that is a teaching learning process in our institutions, everything is connected to NEP 2020. So as a teacher, we must know the different provisions that is given in NEP 2020. I hope it is a very little document, 68 pages only, 4 sections are there. I hope 18 chapters are there. So very nicely it is written. What is the vision of education? What is the principles of education? What is the principles of the policy? What type of education we need in future? What type of citizen we need in future? The whole societal needs is reflected as a policy formation. Now, to implement that policy, we have the UGC has given a curriculum framework. For school education, the NCERT has given a curriculum framework. The other agencies, they are developing or in the process of developing curriculum framework. Now, on the basis of that framework, now it is the duty of the institutions, especially the autonomous institutions and the universities, to formulate their own curriculum. So curriculum is connected to society in this way. Curriculum is connected to society, and from here, the duty and functions, role and responsibility of autonomous institutions has been started, increased. Now we need to frame the curriculum. We need to select the contents. We need to identify the objectives. We need to identify the goals. We need to identify the strategies. Everything we need to finalize, and we need to frame the curriculum. Then after finalizing the curriculum, we need to go to pedagogy, the how to implement that curriculum in the classroom or real life situations. And after implementation, how to assess the learner's outcome and whether the desired changes has been occurred or not. Whether the desired changes has been occurred or not, we need to finalize. That we need to assess. On the basis of assessment, we can say that what is the outcome of the society, whether we are able to produce the future generation, the students, the outcome as per the need of the society or not. So it is very essential to understand this particular cycle, how the problem starts and how it is addressed in the policy, how it is addressed in the curriculum, how it is addressed how it is related to pedagogy, how it is related to assessment, and how the outcome has been attained. So most of the time, what we do, we de-link from this particular cycle. We do not know where to start. That is basically what most of the time what we do. We have a syllabus, and we go to the class and we lecture the syllabus, and we give some lower order questions like knowledge based questions. What is this? Define this. Explain that, and we give a marks, and that we consider that this is the outcome of the students. Now the policy has been changed. Policy is saying we need to change this process. That's why we are talking about outcome based education. The whatever it is, the education system prevailed till now, this is basically knowledge based education. Now the policy is saying education should not be knowledge based only. It should be experience based. It should be behavioral. It should train the socio emotional domain of the learners also. It should train the behavioral domain of the learners also. Just for an example, one example I'm giving you here. You see, as a teacher of an autonomous institution or a university or a higher education institution, our work starts from the phase curriculum. So now it is our responsibility to frame the curriculum. Suppose I teach a subject of political science. Suppose I have included a topic that is fundamental duties in the curriculum, in a particular course of a curriculum. Now, after finalizing that particular topic, I must know why I am teaching fundamental duties. What are the objectives behind that? What are the goals behind that? What I want to attain from the students? How I am linking that content to the graduate attributes that is identified by UGC. 12 graduate attributes are already identified. How that particular content help me to attain those graduate attributes, that I need to see. Just for an example, I want to give two objectives here. Suppose if I take fundamental duty as my content, suppose I can say that students will be able to define fundamental duties. That may be one objective. Another objective, suppose the students will be able to practice fundamental duties. So two objectives I have framed. Suppose one objective is related to cognitive domain. The students will be able to define. The another objective is related to practice, that is the behavioral domain. Now the challenge is here. Suppose we have formulated in the curriculum. Now the challenge is there in the pedagogy part. Suppose to deliver the cognitive level objectives, it is very easy. We just go to the class, we deliver our content, we give a lecture to the students, then it is attained. Suppose we give a note to the students, we ask them to read the books, and we talk with them, then it is okay. The students will be able to define that is the fundamental duties. Now the another objective, that is skill level or behavioral domain objective, that students will be able to practice the fundamental duties. Now how to attain that? There is an issue, there is a challenge. How to attain? What type of pedagogy can be used? What type of teaching learning process can be used to attain that particular behavioral domain? Along with that, after imparting those content in the classroom or outside the classroom, it is the duty of the teacher to assess them, to assess their outcome. Suppose for cognitive domain, it is easy. Pen paper test can be done. Suppose you have given a question, define fundamental duties, or what are the types of fundamental duties, explain fundamental duties, describe fundamental duties. They can easily write, and you can give a marks out of 10, 8, 9, whatever it is. That is easy. But now the another objective, behavioral objective, how to assess that objective, there is a problem. That how to assess the practice part or the behavioral part of that particular content. Then we need to develop certain assessment strategy also, how to assess that behavioral part. And then after assessment, we will see whether the outcome is attained or not. Now the NEP is saying education should not be only in the lowest level of domain, that is cognitive domain. It should not be only at the knowledge level. It should not be only at the understanding level. Education should be happened at the highest subdomain of cognitive domain. Like when we say about cognitive domain, First it comes knowledge, then understanding, then application, then analysis, then synthesis, then creation. The learners need to create something new. So how to attain that and how to assess that? There is a challenge. So when we see the outcome of based education, the teacher mostly they get problems from here, from curriculum to pedagogy, assessment, and then measuring students' outcome. This half part of the cycle is our own teachers, the institutions. The half part is that is done by the government and the agency like UGC or the government bodies. But the remaining half part, the quality of education is totally depend on that. How we are framing the curriculum, how we are imparting the curriculum in the classroom, and how we are assessing the curriculum, how we are assessing the learning of the students. Just I want to give one example that in 2001, when Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan came, and they instructed to the school teachers to implement the playway teaching. Playway teaching implement koribo lage 2001. So Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan was very good scheme, and it says that playway learning should be there, joyful learning, playway learning. But ইমান দিনে শিক্ষকসকলে এনেকুৱা এটা পৰিৱেশত ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীক পঢ়াই আছিলে, এতিয়া ঘপককে প্লেৱে লাৰ্নিং ইন্ট্ৰডিউচ কৰিবলৈ কোৱাৰ লগে লগে there was a gap, there was a knowledge gap, there was a behavioral gap among the teachers. And most of the time it was instructed to the teachers that to sing action songs. গছৰ এটি গছৰ দুটি চৰাই দলি মাৰে দুষ্ট লৰাই চৰাই দুটি উৰি গ'ল গছৰ ডাটি শূন্য হ'ল. Now to teach the concept of zero, the teacher has to sing action song in the classroom. So you see, it was quite difficult for the rigid teachers, those who were basically dependent on the strict instructions like Sekundar Agat Vidya, that was the principles behind them. So at that situation, the whole principles of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan was failed. And because of which most of the time we say that Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan gave us quantitative result, not qualitative result. So now we are in the same phase of higher education, I feel. The policy is saying apply experiential learning, not rote learning. Apply experiential type of teaching, not lecture method in the classroom. But are we ready? Are the teachers ready? Have we changed our mentality? Have we changed ourselves? Have we changed our pedagogical style? There is a question. And if we are not able to cope up, this particular situation in a proper way, in an effective way, then I feel we will attain quantitative growth. The gross enrollment ratio will increase, no doubt. Gross enrollment ratio is increased because now everyone passed the in higher education. Almost the result is 90%, 95% like that. Everyone gets pass mark because internal marks is 40-50. So we will attain gross enrollment ratio, but we will compromise the quality. So to check the quality, we need to see that what NEP is saying about the pedagogical aspects and how pedagogical aspects can be implemented. The new pedagogical aspects can be implemented in the classroom situation in higher education institutions. So at the beginning of the deliberation, that's why I have shown this the link between these components. So everyone must understand, everyone must not only understand, everyone must realize that their classroom activity of a teacher is not only, it is not an isolated activity. The classroom activity, the classroom teaching of 45 minutes of a class, 1 hour of a class is not a isolated and separate activity. It is interlinked with the society. It is interlinked with the policy. It has a linkage with the curriculum. It has a linkage with the assessment. It has a linkage with the graduate outcomes. So that's why I have shown this, that is the linkage with this cycle, so that we can understand that we are the part, the teachers are the part of the whole system. Pedagogy is only a small part. The teaching, whatever we feel, teaching is the main duty of a teacher. Teaching is a part of the whole education system. And if we compromise in this particular aspects, then the whole quality of education will be compromised. So that is the beginning of the whole thing. Let us come to the next slides. While entering into the class, we need to see a few questions. We need to answer few questions first. The first question is that before entering into the class, I must answer what is my content to deliver in the class. That is what to teach. What is my curriculum? Is the curriculum ready? Is the content ready? Am I resourceful with the content? So that is the first question we need to answer. Every teacher must answer this question. Then secondly, how to deliver this content? At what level should I deliver? Shall I deliver at the cognitive domain level? Shall I deliver at the affective domain level? Shall I deliver at the psychomotor level? At what level shall I deliver? I need to finalize that. That is what we say, why to teach, the objectives. We need to formulate the objectives. Most of the time, course objectives are given in the curriculum, but instructional objectives are not given in the curriculum. Not given in the curriculum because in curriculum only the content is given. In the syllabus, only the content is given. So on the basis of that content, I need to finalize certain objectives at different learning domains. And after finalizing the contents, after finalizing the objectives, I need to go to the pedagogy. So what pedagogy is useful? What pedagogy is suitable to deliver that particular objective in the class? If it is a behavioral domain objective, then lecture method does not work. You need to go for experiential learning. If it is only knowledge level objective, then lecture method can work. Or if it is something like highest subdomain of cognitive domain, like creating and all that, then you need to go for some other strategies like collaborative learning. You need to go reflective journals. You need to go. So we need to decide our pedagogy. And the last, that is the learners. Whom to teach? I need to understand the learners, their previous knowledge, their capacities, their competencies, how much that is what competencies they have. Most of the time we see nowadays there is a competency gap. Suppose in class one student entered, whatever competencies to be given, it is not attained and he is promoted to class 2. Again, in class 2, he is not able to attain the competencies. And again, he is promoted to class 3. In that way, up to class 10, there is we see there is always a competency gap. So immediately they enter into 11, 12 with competency gap. And because of which, in the remaining part of higher education, the teachers are struggling with those learners. Most of the learners, the teachers are struggling. Even we experience such things in university sometimes. The students, they do not have the critical writing abilities. The students do not have critical thinking abilities. So these are lacking competencies among the learners. So we need to understand the background of the learners, socioeconomic background of the learners, the competency background of the learners, previous knowledge background of the learners. So I feel these are the questions, 4 vital questions that we need to answer before entering into the class to make our pedagogy very effective. Let us come to, as I told you, the pedagogy is totally guided by the new policy, that is National Education Policy 2020. So National Education Policy has a vision. The vision is, we must understand the vision because your pedagogy is related to the vision. The vision of the policy is to create a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, develop knowledge, develop knowledge, skills, not only knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions. That is what we say holistic education. NEP is saying about holistic education. Holistic education means not only development of mental abilities, development of emotional abilities, development of behavioral abilities, development of skills, development of values. This everything altogether called holistic education. So NEP is saying holistic education. So to develop the holistic education, our pedagogy should be holistic one. We should not confine ourselves only with lecture because NEP is saying it is our duty to not to impart only knowledge. It is our duty to impart skills among the learners also. It is our duty to develop values among the learners also. This is the vision of the NEP. The learners should be like that. There should be the global citizen, global well-being. They must think about global well-being and they must be the global citizen. So it is our duty now to create global citizens. So this is the vision and our pedagogy is connected with the vision of the NEP. Then the NEP has given 22 fundamental principles. So we must realize those fundamental principles, because every time we need to connect the teachers' teaching style, learners' learning style with those principles, because these principles are the guideline of the whole education system. What type of learners we need, that is given in the fundamental principles. Total 22 fundamental principles are given. You see, flexibility. Flexibility is one of the principles. No hard separation between arts and subjects. That is another principle. Multidisciplinary holistic education. That is another principle. So in this way, you will find creative and critical thinking. So through pedagogy, through your critical pedagogy, through your creative pedagogy only, you can make your learners creative and critical. Promoting multilingualism, life skills. So regular formative assessment, that emphasis is given in the even in the principles of NEP 2020. Extensive use of technology, that is technology oriented pedagogy, here it comes. So full equity and inclusion, that NEP is saying about equity. That's why the access in classroom activities, the access and equity in classroom activities, no one should be left. That principle should be followed. Synergy in curriculum, teachers and faculty as the heart of learning process. So in this way, total 22 principles of NEP that is listed there, and our pedagogy, we need to connect with these 22 principles. Then only we'll be able to attain whatever given in the NEP 2020. Then let us come to, that is what we say NEP. What I said about NEP, because without understanding NEP, it is very difficult to connect all those things, the new things like experiential learning, the new things like the concept related, then those things, it is holistic education, it is difficult to connect with those contents. That's why we need to, we must be acquainted with the NEP 2020 and all its provisions. When we talk about pedagogy, pedagogy is nothing but it's an art of sharing knowledge. How it is defined in everywhere, whatever the different thoughts are there, different theories are there, even in behaviorism, even in cognitivism, even in connectionism, the different theories are there, theories of learning. In all those theories, mostly this particular thing is defined. The pedagogy is the art of sharing knowledge. Dynamic in nature, it may vary from person to person, it may vary from teacher to teacher. One teacher is very good in ICT, he may use ICT oriented pedagogy very effectively. One teacher is very good in lecturing, he can use lecturing very well, that as one of the strategy. One teacher is very good in exploring something new, very creative, he can use his pedagogy accordingly. It may vary from classroom to classroom. Arts teacher may use different pedagogy, science teacher may use different pedagogy. Institution to institution, now it is, as the institutions are becoming autonomous, so they can formulate their own pedagogy, they can formulate their own teaching learning system, teaching learning strategies. Then it vary from platform to platform. So that is what pedagogy, it is nothing but it is very much flexible. It is very much flexible. Then no one can dictate you that you should follow this pedagogy. It's very much flexible, and it is very much teacher dependent, subject dependent, institution dependent, and platform dependent. And accordingly, you need to decide on very effective and effective pedagogy for your students. Let us come to a brief history of pedagogy. So before entering into what NEP says about pedagogy, let us know a brief history of pedagogy. Pedagogy, basically in Western countries, in Greek civilization, that when we say Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, they started to talk about the teaching methods and teaching instructions, teaching styles, and all that. And as you know that dialogue method was created by Socrates, that was developed by Socrates. And similarly, Plato emphasized on structured kind of learning. Confucius emphasized on moral education. So that was the beginning. That was the beginning in Western countries before 500 BC. And basically, they mostly emphasize on oral transmission of informations and memorization, moral training, and all that. And during 500 to 1500 AD, there was again changes in pedagogy in Western countries, like medieval pedagogy, which is recognized as. And mostly they focus on the dominance of religious institutions and study of classical texts and scholastic debate methods basically they followed. And then after that, the era of Renaissance, it came 1500 to 1800 in between this particular century, and they mostly started to talk about individual development, rational thinking, critical thinking, and basically the John Locke and Rousseau, they talked about natural education and all that. And then modern pedagogy in 19th century, the modern pedagogy started. Scientific study of learning, then scientific student-centric method was started, then Playway method, Montessori method, John Dewey method. These were the contribution during 19th and 20th century. Progressive education, child-centric education, activity-based learning, and the pragmatism, all that things were started. Then in contemporary pedagogy in 20th century, basically we are talking about the integration of psychology, integration of technology, and social learning theories. Basically in 20th centuries, it is the age of constructivism. Constructivism says about knowledge should be constructed by the learners themselves. That should emphasize on constructing knowledge instead of imparting knowledge. That is what constructivism, and Vygotsky and Piaget, they mostly contributed on this field. And in this way, how from oral the oral transition of informations to the constructivism or construction of knowledge, that particular pedagogical styles has been changing. In 20th century, even the mostly known method of teaching, that is experiential learning, which is taught mostly developed by David Klopp, and we'll discuss in remaining part of the presentation. So this is how the pedagogy has been developed in the Western countries. Then recently, another concept of pedagogy has been developed, that is called digital and future pedagogy. People are saying that teaching through AI, teaching through robotics, teaching through artificial intelligence and computer and mechanical things instead of teachers, replacing teachers by robots. That is what the future pedagogy, the peoples are talking about that. So this is how the pedagogy has been changed. But when we see the Indian tradition system, even in Vedic period in India, the Guru Shiksha Parampara, which was in Greek, from Greek word, the pedagogy, the words came. But much before that, in India, we had the Guru Shiksha Parampara, and we followed the discussion methods, the oral transmission of informations, all those dialect methods we followed in our Vedic system, in gurukuls, in ashrams, while imparting the knowledge. That was the Indian tradition. And let us come, there are some basic principles of pedagogy. While making our pedagogy effective, we need to understand these basic principles. The first principle is that learning is an active process. What does it mean? Learning is an active process means the agents involved in the learning, the teacher and the learner, both the stakeholders must be active during the learning process. Most of the time, what we see, suppose delivering a lecture in the classroom, students are sitting passively. Only teacher is active, teacher is delivering his content, and students are listening very passively. That is a passive learning, passive process. But here we are talking, if you want to make your pedagogy effective, you need to make your learning very active, and you need to engage your learners. You need to engage your learners in the learning process. Secondly, children need to be respected. Children need to be valued. Children need to be involved in the learning process. Then only we can make our pedagogy effective. Children learn in varieties of ways, you see. Discussion, listening, speaking, reading, writing, questioning, exploring, discussing, experiment, all the discovering, experimenting. These are the various ways we need to identify to deliver our content, to make them, to engage them in the learning process. Practice is a critical and integral part. Practice. We are talking about practice should be incorporated with the pedagogy. Practice should be incorporated with the pedagogy. Then you can make your pedagogy effective. Not only a passive listener. Don't make your students a passive listener. Make them engage them with some practice, with some activities in the class. Then NEP is basically talking about these 4 points. Number 1, it is holistic. Pedagogy should be holistic. Holistic, it signifies that through your pedagogy, you should not develop only the cognitive aspects, that is the knowledge domain and understanding domain. We must develop the cognitive understanding, application, analysis, then evaluation and creating. All those 6 subdomains of cognitive. Then besides that, we need to develop their socio-emotional aspects. We need to train them. We need to develop a value system among them. Formation of value system that is related to emotions. That students need to train emotionally. And the last one, that is psychomotor domain, which is also called behavioral domain. So that is what we say holistic. The all aspects of the human being should be developed through the pedagogy. That's what NEP is stressing. Then multidisciplinary. There are 3 concepts given. Multidisciplinary. One is multidisciplinary. Another is it starts from disciplinary. Disciplinary means one subject. Multidisciplinary means when we connect 2 subjects. Interdisciplinary means when many subjects are interdependent to solve a problem. And nowadays there is another concept talking, that is transdisciplinary, where boundaries are removed. That where disciplinary boundaries are removed. So NEP is talking about your pedagogy should not be only disciplinary. We should not concentrate. We're talking about only one discipline. Suppose, for example, when we're talking about the content of history, like Ashoka kingdom, like Maurya dynasty during Ashoka kingdom. So we may talk about the geography. We may talk about the map during the Ashoka kingdom. Which countries were included? Was Afghanistan included? Was Pakistan included? Then that is geography. It comes. What was the taxation system during that time? What was the monetary system during that time? Economics came. And then in that way, if possible, we need to make our content multidisciplinary so that the students understand the concept from various perspectives. That is what the NEP is saying. Focus on critical thinking and creativity. Critical thinking, sometimes we assume that critical thinking is only identifying the loopholes. No, that critical thinking means identifying both the good points and the poor points or the bad points. So that thinking we need to develop. Always it should come in their mind that why this is happening, why that is happening. The questioning. We must be able to raise questions in their mind. That is critical thinking. And then experiential and competency-based learning. That is the contribution of NEP 2020. Flexible and inclusive learning pathways. So these are the 4 points that highlighted in NEP, highlighted by NEP 2020 from pedagogical vision. It is considered as pedagogical vision or pedagogical perspective. Let us come to what NEP is saying and how it is shifted. How it is shifted. Number 1, from traditional to modern. NEP is saying now we need to shift from traditional to modern type of pedagogy. Traditional pedagogy means just we take a notebook or we take a book and we enter into the class. We read out first 2-3 paragraphs of book, or we give a lecture to the students. We come out from the class. That is our traditional pedagogy. The NEP is saying add some other aspects also. Add ICT, add journal writing, engage learners, add activities, add projects, add problems, add research-based approach to make your pedagogy modern, to bring the holistic development among the learners. Second point is teacher-centered. The earlier pedagogy is very much teacher-centered. Teacher come to the class and he gives the lecture or whatever activity, and learners they note it down in their note copy. Now NEP is saying the pedagogy should be learner centered. Learners need to be engaged. Teacher's role is facilitators. He has to facilitate the learners. He has to create the facilities. He has to create the environment. Learners must be engaged and they should learn in a constructivist way. They should be engaged with the problem. Suppose, for example, just one example I want to give. Suppose in last one subject I have developed here, that is education for sustainable development. In last semester, what I did, I asked the students to visit the nearby rural areas, to collect data, to talk with the teachers, to talk with the farmers, to talk with the academicians, to talk with the students, to gather gather data from interview, to articulate the all informations and prepare one talk for radio program. And we designed a very successful radio program with 18 episodes, a series on which is called Dharitri. Dharitri, the name was Dharitri, and Dharitri Babe. It was like that. And the subject is education for sustainable development. So I divided one sustainable development goal among two students, and they did a very good radio program on that. So they are engaged. I just give them, I just ask them how to do. Then they developed their own, they developed their writings, they exhibited, they recorded it, some of them recorded it in the field, and the Radio Gyan Malini of university, they broadcasted the 18 episodes. So this is how the learners are engaged. This is just an example. Most of you are doing this. Then third point is that content delivery. While delivering the content, our focus should be on development of competency, not only content delivery. Competency. What through this content, what competency I'm developing? Suppose SDG is my content, and through SDG, what competency I'm developing? I am developing the competency of communication. I am developing the competency of narrating something. I am developing the competency of social awareness. So those are the competencies. Our focus while teaching, while during the pedagogy, our focus should be on formation of competency, development of competency, not the content delivery. I suppose while delivering the fundamental rights, fundamental duties, I should not focus on what are the different fundamental duties. Through the content, with the help of the content, my objective should be whether the students are able to practice those fundamental duties in their real life or not. So that মানে competency to আমি focus কৰিব লাগিব। এতে হি সব জানে, fundamental duties সব জানে, কিন্তু গুটকাটো খুলি খাই মেলি এনেকে আপোনালোকে জানেই নহয়, দেখিছেই নহয় এতিয়া, এনেকে খুলি বৰ বেলেগ ধৰণে আৰু খাই যে পিকাই দিয়ে কৰবা। তো সেই কম্পিটেন্সিটোৰ ক'ত আহিলে তাৰ? So আমি তো পড়ালো তাক, সি 10 ভিতৰত 10 নাই 9 পাব যে সেশনাল যদি পাতি দিও, ধুনীয়াকে লিখি দিব what are the fundamental duties of an Indian citizen, একদম as it is বহুৱাই দিব, মেমোরাইজ কৰি আইছে পৰীক্ষাৰ কাৰণে। But where is the competency to ক'ত থাকি গল? So this is what the focus is on that. That's why NEP is saying the focus to আমাৰ shift হ'ব লাগিব content-ৰ পৰা competency. Most of the time we see that the mostly educated peoples they create problem most of the time. We see in the market areas, in the institutions, because of what? They got the competency, but they got the content, but they did not get the competency. The focus is on that. Then passive learning to active learning. Earlier it was considered learning to pura passive asile, teacher sab koi, student e khali bohi huni thake, bohote tuponiai class most of the time. So they feel sleepy. So this is a passive learning. And now we are engaging the students. So active learning. Etia moi class loi asu apnalokor, etia moi najanu, moi apnalokok dekhau nai, apnalokok hunau nai, etia apnaloke mane কি কৰি আছে, কি ভাবি আছে, there is no facial expression, there is no facial gesture, there is not a single মানে communication, মানে শুনিছে নে নাই হেটো মই নাজানো। তো এইটোতো সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে এটা পেচিভ প্ৰচেছ হৈ আছে। তো ইয়াত যদি মই চাওঁ এতিয়া ইয়াত খালি টকিং বুলি এটা মানুহৰ নামে আহি থাকে, বাকী সকলে প্ৰডাক্টিভ প্ৰেজেন্টেশ্যন এজনে গড়গাঁও কলেজৰ কোনোবা এজনে লিখি দিলে, বাকী সকলৰ লগত মোৰো এতিয়া চাওক এনেকুৱা যদি লাৰ্ণিং হয়, দিছ টাইপ অফ লাৰ্ণিং ইজ solely we can say that 78 participants are there, কিন্তু এটা মানুহে কৈ গৈছে আধা ঘন্টাৰ পৰা কৈ আছে, ঠিক আছে বাৰু, দিছ ইজ অনলাইন ৱৰ্কশ্বপ, সাম হাউ এক্সেপশ্যনেল, আমি মানি লৈছো, কিন্তু ক্লাছৰুম শুড নট বি লাইক দিছ। ক্লাছৰুম যদি এনেকুৱা হৈ যায় তেতিয়াহ'লে মানে হেৰি হৈ যাব আৰু। Okay, then what had I taken it? Let us come. Okay, is it okay? Yeah, sir, madam. কিবা এটা
Yes,
কওক
sir.
আপোনালোকে শুনি আছেন নাই? নহলে মই মানে পাকলেছ হৈ গৈছো। Yes,
Perfectly.
Yes, sir.
ঠিকে আছে নে?
ঠিকে আছে মানে।
Okay. সুৰজিত মাজে মাজে অলপ মাতটো দি থাকিবা, নহলে মানে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে মানে
নাই আছো চবে শুনিছে, শুনি ভাল পাইছে, চবে শুনি ভাল পাইছে।
Thank you. স্ক্ৰীনটো ওলাইছে ন?
ওলাইছে
Okay. So this is what the passive learning is. This is the difference between passive learning and active learning. You see, classroom to কেতিয়াবা এনেকুৱা হয় মানে টিচাৰ জনে বহুত ভালকে পঢ়াই গল যে পিছত মানে ষ্টুডেণ্টক গৈ আপুনি সুধিলে কি পঢ়ালে, চাবজেক্টটোৱে নাজানিব ষ্টুডেণ্টে। মই তেনেকুৱা বহুত মানে পাইছো, টিচাৰে নিজকে লৈ ইমান ফকাস কৰিলে যে ষ্টুডেণ্টছ অলমোষ্ট অল আৰ পেছিভ এনভাইৰনমেন্ট, so they were not engaged in the learning process. ষ্টুডেণ্টে নাজানে যে কি পঢ়াই আছে। so সেইটো হ'ব নালাগে, সেইটোৱে কৈছে NEP-এ কৈছে যে লাৰ্ণিংটো মানে এক্টিভ হ'ব লাগিব। এক্টিভ মানে they must be engaged with activity, and from rote memorization to critical thinking. rote memorization এটা ফান্ডামেন্টাল ডিউটিজ আমি ষ্টুডেণ্টক কওঁ যে এজ এ ইণ্ডিয়ান চিটিজেন ফান্ডামেন্টাল ডিউটিজ, আমি কেতিয়াও নকওঁ যে হোৱাট মোৰ ফান্ডামেন্টাল ডিউটিজ ডু ইউ সাজেষ্ট টু ইনকৰ্পৰেট ইন কনষ্টিটিউশ্যন। মই এই কুৱেশ্যন আজিলৈকে কোনোবাই কৰিব পাৰে এক্সেপশ্যনেলি, নাজানো, বাট আই নেভাৰ ফেচড। পলিটিকেল সায়েন্স ৱাজ মাই ওৱান অফ দ্য সাবজেক্ট during higher secondary, but I never faced this question যে ইমান যে ফান্ডামেন্টাল ডিউটি দিছে কনষ্টিটিউশ্যনত, তোমালোকে ভাবা নেকি যে এই ফান্ডামেন্টাল ডিউটিৰ উপৰিও আৰু কিবা এটা থাকিব পাৰে, বা আৰু এটা কিবা নিদিবলগীয়া কিবা এটা দিয়া আছে নেকি? ক্ৰিটিকেল থিংকিঙৰ we do not give opportunity for critical thinking. So this is what the problem. In case of economics, most of the time the student they did masters in economics and they have not seen a check. They do not know what is a check, what is the check number, how many digits are there in the check number. This is how our teaching is far from reality. We taught them check is a monetary instrument, it is used in this way. তেওঁলোকে পৰীক্ষাত পুৰা ৰচনা লিখি আহিলে চেকৰ ওপৰত, কিন্তু জীৱনত তেওঁলোকে চেক এখন নিদেখিলে, চেক নাম্বাৰটো তেওঁলোকে কেইটা ডিজিটৰ থাকে, কোনখিনিত থাকে এইটো নাজানে, একাউণ্ট পে চেক মানে কি নাজানে, চেক এখন কেতিয়া NPA লৈ কনভাৰ্ট হৈ যায় মানে কি, NPA মানে কি, চেক কেতিয়া বাউন্স হয়, all those things, those who are which is related to their real life, reality, সেই বস্তুটো তেওঁলোকৰ মানে নাথাকে। Even most of the time, I ask the students who did masters in political science, I ask them, have you seen constitution? No, sir, we have not seen constitution. So তেওঁলোকে political science of masters কৰিলে, after that also তেওঁলোকে constitution খন আজিলৈকে দেখা নাই, খালি পঢ়িছে, কেইটামান কন্টেন্ট পঢ়িছে constitution খনৰ কন্টেন্ট, কিন্তু তেওঁলোকে কেতিয়াও সেইখন নেদেখিলে। গতিকে আমাৰ ৰিয়েলিটিৰ পৰা আমি মানে ষ্টুডেণ্টক কিমান দূৰত ৰাখিছো, কিমান ৰুট মেমৰাইজেশ্যন কৰাইছো, আৰু যিটোৰ পৰা আমি আকৌ আশা কৰিছো যে ষ্টুডেণ্টে ভৱিষ্যতে আমাৰ সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে ক্ৰিয়েটিভ লাৰ্নাৰ্ছ হ'ব, ক্ৰিয়েটিভ মানুহ হ'ব, আৰু তেওঁলোকে ছচাইটিৰ সমস্যা সমাধানৰ কাৰণে তেওঁলোকে কাম কৰিব। Most of the our expectation is that, and our pedagogy is this. So that is why the NEP 2020 is saying that this paradigm shift should be there, traditional to modern, teacher centered to learner centered, content delivery to competency development, passive learning to active learning, root memorization to critical thinking. Then only we will be able to attain will be able to attain those graduate attributes in real sense identified by the UGC. Otherwise, graduate attribute kagoje potre thaki jabo, reality ekun hobo. Moi sarva shiksha abhiyanar example dilu, gross enrollment ratio baribo, graduation pass koribo, kintu quality compromise hobo. So that is why our focus should be on the pedagogy that is suggested by NEP 2020. Come to holistic pedagogy কথা মই কলুৱে the NEP যেটো holistic pedagogy কথা কৈছে holistic pedagogy অকল intellectual development নহয় intellectual along with intellectual development emotional social physical ethical এই সব বস্তু সোমাই আছে they all teaching practices teaching your pedagogy should practice everything that is what the holistic pedagogy আমি environmental protectionৰ কাৰণে গছ ৰুব লাগে আমি কলু ষ্টুডেন্টক কিন্তু ষ্টুডেন্টে মানে খালি এটো নলেজতে থৈ দিলে they do not practice in real life they do not emotionally attached with the content they have not shown any behavior with the content that is not holistic that is only intellectual so content need to be emotionally attached contents need to be emotionally attached that is what the socially attached then behavioral then ethical aspects this should be addressed then only it is said the holistic pedagogy let us come to the outcome based education of mainly connect hoye ase holistic education and holistic education hobole hole holistic pedagogy hoboi lagibo all aspects of the learners should be developed etia all aspects of the learner keneke develop koribo etu curriculum banaote ami nije design koribo lagibo যে এইটোত ইমোশনাল এসপেক্টটো মই কেনেকে ডেভেলপ কৰিম আৰু কেনেকে জুখিম তাৰ লগে লগে জুখাৰ কথাটো এসেসমেন্টৰ কথাটো আহি যাব সেইকাৰণে ইন্টাৰনেল মার্কস যিমান দিয়া আছে ইন্টাৰনেল মার্কস প্ৰজেক্ট ওয়ার্কস প্রবলেম ওয়ার্কস রিফ্লেক্টিভ জার্নাল রাইটিংস এই বস্তুত যে ইন্টারনেলত দিয়া হয় ইন্টারনেলত দিয়াৰ মেইন কাৰণটো হ'ল টু এসেস দা বিহেভিয়রাল এন্ড সোশিও ইমোশনাল ডোমেইন যেটো পেন পেপার টেষ্টৰ যোগেদি জুখিব নোৱাৰি through pen paper test we can measure only intellectual aspects of the education. So to measure the emotional and behavioral domain of education, keneke measure koribo tak measure koribo lagibo noy how much eta moi eta ekdom beginning ote moi eta objective koisilu je eta objective koisilu je students will be able to practice fundamental duties eta fundamental duties e teuluke practice koribo 1 month বা 2 month বা eta semester whatever it is 3 months how will you measure that assessment koribo lagibo noy tak assessment kori where the marks will be given the assessment keneke koribo assessment koribole jaote tat apuni key strategy pedagogy apunar key strategy ahibo pedagogy strategy ahibo reflective journals portfolio writing reflective journal yotok likhibo dibo lagibo journal এখন journal মানে কি diary type bostu eta teluke diary এখন maintain koribo tar upor suppose apuni activity eta di dile 2 months moi tumalok di disu I have given 2 months for you that you just write every day you write how many fundamental duties you performed and how many you violated kuntu perform korila kuntu violate korila kuntu perform koribo nwarila kyo nwarila you make a journal entry so on the basis of that journal entry when teluke jetia ema journal entry koribo practice automatically teluko develop hoise ইমোশনাল আৰু বিহেভিয়রাল এসপেক্টস টু আপুনি তেনেকুৱা ধৰণে তেওঁলোকক জুখিব পাৰি মানে টিচ কৰিব পাৰিব আৰু on the basis of judging that journal you can give them marks on the by interviewing the journals apuni journalor upor interview lobo pare teuluke hosake likhile na misake likhile in between the regular supervision apunar thakiboi jodi hosake likhise misake likhise ki likhise regular supervision you will have on the basis of that you can give a marks to them so this is what that's why internal marks is given the etia 20-30 pra kori 40 laila 50% internal or kane goi ase because of this reason and the one of the great advantage for the autonomy of the institution is this they can decide how much marks can be given in internal how much marks can be given in external they can decide what pedagogical strategy can be taken, what assessment strategy can be taken, what assessment strategy can be applied, and how assessment can be done. They can decide their own. Agote hitu ubidhan asile. Agote university a question paper set kori diye. University a koi diye je what is fundamental right define korar. Jone define korile, bohit likhile, number eta pale, only mental hetu knowledge, understanding level of assessment hoisile. Kintu etia you have the opportunity, as you are an autonomous institution, you have the opportunity that you can decide your own pedagogical style. You can decide your own assessment style, so that you can create a very effective, you can create a very good learning outcomes or graduate attributes. So this is what the holistic pedagogy it is said. তাৰপিছত এটা বস্তু holistic pedagogy বুলি ক'লে মই already গোটেই কথাখিনি কৈ আছো হলেও আপোনালোকে you can see this particular table, you can see dimension. I have shown 3 columns: dimension, focus, and examples. You see what strategy can be taken. Cognitive or karone apuni cognitive mane basically knowledge and thinking, the functions of the brain is ekhini kam kore etu ami cognitive buli kau, jeneke monot rakhile, analysis korile, think korile, chinta korile. So research projects can be given to them, project works can be given. Emotional, for emotional it is basically reflective journals and introspective report. তেওঁলোকক নিজে রিফ্লেক্ট কৰি লিখিব দিব লাগে, তেতিয়া তেওঁলোকৰ ইমোশনাল ডেভেলপমেন্টটো আহে আৰু হেতু এসেস কৰিবলৈ আমাক সুবিধা হয়। Then for social development, collaboration, focus should be on collaboration. Group activities আমি কাম কৰাব লাগিব, group assignment দিব লাগিব। আৰু group assignment most of the time আমি group assignment দিওঁতে কি কৰো মানে without any philosophy, without any guidelines আমি group কিছুমান ডিজাইন কৰি দিওঁ বা তেওঁলোকক কৈ দিওঁ তহঁতি গ্ৰুপত কামটো কৰিবি। হেতু নহয়, while framing the group there are certain procedure, there are certain rules, there are certain philosophy. A group formation of teacher a role play কৰিব লাগে, then only your collaboration will be good. Otherwise কি হ'ব, collaboration to ভাল নহব, আৰু collaboration ভাল নহলে that social development যেটো আমি expect কৰিছিলো হেতু নাহিব। Then ethical is one of the important aspects. Values and responsibilities that through community service you can develop this. And physical, the well-being and engage through activity-based learning, you can do that. So these are the dimensions, and this is an example. You can identify other activities also, other aspects, other ways to develop all those aspects. But you need to bring all those aspects in your curriculum. This is the challenge now. This is the challenge of outcome-based education. This is the guideline of NEP. This is the provision of NEP. Earlier it was only cognitive. আমি কৈ দিলো, পঢ়াই দিলো, শেষ। এতিয়া হেতু নহয়। এতিয়া আমি আমাক কৈছে যে গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটস আমি পঢ়িম অলপ পিছতে, that when you see those graduate attributes you will find that কেনেকে what type of graduate attributes are there and how you will attain all those. So that's why now the teacher's role and the teacher's duty has been rising tremendously. Then 3H এখানে ইংৰাজী 3H এর কথা বহুতে জানে, everyone knows, বহুতে জানে 3টা H কথা আছে। এটা হইছে head is basically related to cognitive domain. Then emotion or heart, which is also called heart is basically related to affective domain. And by hand প্ৰথম আমি মনত ৰাখো কথাবিলাক, তাৰপিছত আমি নিজে হৃদয়ঙ্গম কৰো, উপলব্ধি কৰো, ৰিয়েলাইজেশন কৰো, তাত ইমোশনৰ যোগেদি এটো আহে, ইমোশনস বিলাক এটাচ হৈ যায়। দেন হেতু হোৱাৰ পিছত এটা ভ্যালু ফৰ্মেশন যেতিয়া হৈ যাব তেতিয়া লাহে লাহে আমি হেতু ভ্যালু ফৰ্মেশনটোক আমি হেবিটলৈ কনভাৰ্ট কৰি দিম, and that is called psychomotor domain. So by hand or যোগেদি আমি কামবিলাক আৰম্ভ কৰো। এই 3টা বস্তুৰ ওপৰত আমাৰ কাৰিকুলামখন ফোকাস হ'ব লাগিব, তেতিয়া holistic education হ'ব most of the time. Now it is the duty of the teacher that both কি aspect আহিব পাৰে। মই কৈ দিব নোৱাৰো যে আপোনাৰ এইটো aspect ইয়াত আহিবই, এইটো নহয়। Now as an expert of your own subject you need to decide that cognitive aspect ক'ত আহিব, affective domain ক'ত আহিব, psychomotor domain ক'ত আহিব। আৰু আহিলেই নহব, objective to লিখিলেই নহব, that objective has to deliver in the class or outside the class in front of the learners. And after delivering you need to assess that objectives. So assessment to হ'ব লাগিব, then only in true sense we will be able to attain, we will be able to apply outcome based curriculum. Until and unless we are not doing this, eto pen paperতে বস্তুটো থাকি যাব। কাৰিকুলামত লিখিলো বলে আজিকালি program outcome, course outcome হেতু লিংক কৰে নহয়, তাৰপিছত আমি লিখিলো লাষ্টত যে এইটো ইমোশনাল ডমেইনতো এইটো আহি গৈছে, ভ্যালু ফৰ্মেশন আহি গৈছে। তাৰপিছত দেখিলো পেডাগজিত একো নাই, দেৰ ইজ নীল, পেডাগজিত নাই, এছেছমেণ্টত একো নাই। তো সেইটো নোহোৱাৰ লগে লগে এইটো বাইপাছ কৰি গ'ল নহয়, পেডাগজি বাইপাছ কৰিলে, এছেছমেণ্ট বাইপাছ কৰিলে, আকৌ ultimately we have given few questions of knowledge based and we have tested the learners outcome and we gave them certification. So they দুটা বাইপাছ হৈ গ'লে শেষ, আৰু বাইপাছ হৈ গ'লে আউটকাম বেসড এডুকেশন নহব, এইটো পেন পেপাৰতো এইটো থাকি যাব, ৰিয়েল সেন্সত নহব। দেন এইখিনি কথা ডিটেইলছ নকওঁ, বেলেগে ক'বই চাগে। হটছ আৰু লটছ এইটো দুটা ভাগ কৰিছে ব্লুমছ টেক্সনমি, যিটো এইটো কগনিটিভ ডমেইন, অনলি ৰিলেটেড টু কগনিটিভ ডমেইন। Then let us come to some pedagogical aspects that is suggested by NEP 2020. So NEP 2020 একেবাৰে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে, মই যেনেকে এছএছ এৰ কথা কলো, জয়ফুল লাৰ্ণিঙৰ কথা ইমানেই কৈছিলে এইটো সময়ত, মানে যেতিয়া এছএছ আহিছিলে সব টিচাৰে জয়ফুল কৰিব লাগে, গান গাব লাগে, নাচিব লাগে ক্লাছত। টিচাৰে ইমান দিনে বেতে কোবাই আছিলে, ক'ত নাচিব এতিয়া। তো আল্টিমেটলি এইটো মানে পেপাৰে পত্ৰে থাকি গ'ল। এতিয়া NEP-য়েও কৈছে যে হায়াৰ এডুকেশ্যন, এতিয়া NEP হায়াৰ এডুকেশ্যনত বেছি ফকাস কৰি আছে। হায়াৰ এডুকেশ্যনত কৈছে যে কি হ'ব লাগিব, মানে হেৰি হ'ব লাগিব, এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং হ'ব লাগিব। এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং সব সিলেবাছত এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং, প্ৰত্যেকটো সিলেবাছত য'ত প্ৰয়োজন আছে, য'ত স্কোপ আছে তাতো এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল, য'ত স্কোপ নাই তাতো এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল। So this is the trend now, but we need to understand what is experiential and how can we cope up this experiential learning with the curriculum of your own subject. মোৰ নিজৰ সাবজেক্ট, মোৰ নিজৰ পেপাৰখনত মই এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং মই ক'ত কৰাব পাৰোঁ। সাপোজ মই যদি এম এ কোৰ্স এডুকেশনৰ MA যদি মই এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্ট পেপাৰটো পঢ়াই আছো, তেতিয়াহ'লে মই তাত এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং ক'ত কৰিব পাৰিম। এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং মই তাত ক'ত কৰিব পাৰিম, এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্ট। এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং মই ক'ত কৰিব পাৰোঁ, আই কেন কণ্ডাক্ট এ ফকাস গ্ৰুপ ডিছকাশ্যন। মই কি কৰিলো, সাপোজ ফৰ এক্সাম্পল মই এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্টৰ ধাৰণাটো মই নিজে নকৈ মই দুজনমান এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্টৰ মানুহক মাতি আনিলো, যে it may be registrar, it may be deputy registrar, it may be assistant registrar, it may be principal of a school, principal of a college, whoever else. মাতি আনিলো, তেওঁলোকৰ মাজত মই এটা ফকাস গ্ৰুপ ডিছকাশ্যন কৰালো, তেওঁলোকক ৰিসোৰ্স পাৰ্সন হিচাপে ৰাখি উই ৰেইজ বিফৰ হেণ্ড কিছুমান কুৱেশ্যন আমি ডেভেলপ কৰিলো। সেই কুৱেশ্যনছ বিলাক ষ্টুডেণ্টে তেওঁলোকক সুধিলে, তেওঁলোকৰ পৰা তেওঁলোকে আনসাৰ পালে। গতিকে দ্যাট ইজ এন এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চ। এতিয়া এজন এডমিনিষ্ট্ৰেটৰে এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্টৰ কথাবিলাক যিমান ভাল ধৰণে ষ্টুডেণ্টক মানে ক'ব পাৰিব, যিমান মানে উইথ প্ৰেক্টিকেল এক্সাম্পলছ যিমান ভালকে ক'ব পাৰিব, মই সিমান ভালকে প্ৰেক্টিকেল এক্সাম্পলছৰ সৈতে মই ক'ব নোৱাৰিব পাৰো। দ্যাটছ মই থিয়ৰিটিকেলি সিহঁতক কম, থিয়ৰিটিকেলি মই পঢ়াম, কিন্তু এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিঙৰ সেই এক্সাম্পলটো মই আপোনালোকক এটা সৰু এক্সাম্পল এটা দিম। তেনেকুৱা ধৰণে আই কেন গিভ। সাপোজ ইন এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্ট দেৰ ইজ এ ইউনিট কল্ড ফিনান্সিয়েল মেনেজমেন্ট। এতিয়া ফিনান্সিয়েল মেনেজমেন্টত মই ষ্টুডেণ্টক পঢ়াব লাগে how cash book is maintained, how ledger book is maintained, how journal is maintained, এডুকেশনাল মেনেজমেন্টৰ পইচা ক'ৰ পৰা আহে, একাউণ্টছ কেনেকে মেইনটেইন হয়, স্কুল লেভেলত হেডমাষ্টাৰৰ লগত কোনে একাউণ্ট মেইনটেইন কৰে, SMC প্ৰেচিডেণ্টে কেনেকে মেইনটেইন কৰে, সেই কথাখিনি মই থিয়ৰিটিকেলি তেওঁলোকক কম। বাট প্ৰেক্টিকেলি টু গিভ এ প্ৰেক্টিকেল application of that, experience of that, if I take my students to a school, to an institution and talk with the financial people or accountants or the financial register, whoever it is, then it will be more beneficial for them. This is what the experiential learning. Eduke experiential learning বুলি কৈছে। Student learn by doing, reflection কৰিব লাগিব, ৰিফ্লেক্ট কৰিব লাগিব, আৰু নলেজটো তেওঁলোকে এপ্লাই কৰিব লাগিব। সেইকাৰণে এক্সাম্পলছ কেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ এক্সাম্পলছ কৈছে, লেবৰেটৰী এক্সপেৰিমেণ্ট, সায়েন্সত মোষ্টলি এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং হৈ যায়, লেবৰেটৰী এক্সপেৰিমেণ্ট কৰে তেওঁলোকে কথাবিলাক, ফিল্ড ৱৰ্ক থ্ৰু ইণ্টাৰ্ণশ্বিপ, থ্ৰু কমিউনিটি এংগেজমেণ্ট, থ্ৰু ইনভাইটিং এক্সপাৰ্টছ। So these are some of the examples of the strategy to make the experiential learning. Experiential learning বহুত সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে কিবা কিবি নহয়। আমি যদি minutely, if we see our syllabus and if we see our content, then we can make all contents very much experiential. We will do each and every content very much experiential. So just one example I can give you, that I did one comparison between the social science curriculum of India and social science curriculum of Singapore. Then what I find, and this paper is published in the National Journal also, what I find in Singapore, the social science is taught in 2 subjects. One is the theoretical social science, another is technical social science. In technical social science, what they did, through the activities, through different activities they have already designed in the textbook, in their curriculum, and through these activities, what they do, they develop certain skills among the learners. Then how to talk with the foreigners, how to talk with the tourists, that is taught. How to behave with the tourists, that is taught from class 1 onwards in Singapore. That skill is developed among them. That's why nowadays, in present days, Singapore is one of the most peaceful country of the world. They are enjoying the all visa-free countries in the world. So this is what it starts from there. They have given the experiences. So since inception. So ako ami পঢ়াই আছো ক্লাছৰুমত তাৰমানে কেনেকৈ কথা পাতিব লাগে এটো পঢ়াই দিলো এৰি দিলো এটো তো নপঢ়াই বাৰু কিবা কিবি তেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ থিওৰিটিক্যাল টপিক পঢ়াই দিলো নো এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স so experience নোহোৱাৰ লগে লগে activity নকৰে then ultimately এবছৰ পিছত that everything they forget because তেওঁলোকে নতুন বস্তু আকৌ মনত ভৰাবলৈ আগৰ বস্তু পাহৰিব লাগিব so this is what that's why this is called experiential learning now I request all teachers that you just go to your syllabus you see the content আপোনালোকে content বিলাক চাব আৰু content বিলাক চাই কোনটো কন্টেন্টত কি এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স এড কৰিব পাৰি সেইটো নিজে আইডেন্টিফাই কৰি কৰবাত হয়তো সৰু এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স হ'ব পাৰে কৰবাত হয়তো ডাঙৰ এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স হ'ব পাৰে কৰবাত এনেকুৱা এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স সৰু এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স হ'ব পাৰে read the newspaper of 7 last 1 week newspaper and identify the news that is published in the newspaper and categorize them the political science teacher voting related news কি হল এটো দিব পাৰে that can be one experiential learning কত voting rights কত rights বিলাক violated হৈছে that can be identified so human rights কথা আমি যদি কৈছো fundamental rights কথা কৈছো then that can be given one experiential learning এটা গৰমৰ বন্ধত আমি কিতাপ এটা পঢ়িব দিলো কিতাপ দুটা পঢ়িব দিলো তাৰ ওপৰত এটা ক্ৰিটিকেল নোট লিখিব দিলো that can be experiential learning so experiential learning এনেকুৱা নহয় যে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে কিবা এটা hands on training তেওঁলোকক দিয়াটো experiential learning এটোতো হয়ে তাৰ উপৰিও in most of the subjects that may not be possible এতিয়া যদি এডুকেশনৰ মানুহে যদি মানে একদম কৰিবই লাগে বুলি যদি কিবা এটা এটো কি কয় ইলেক্ট্ৰিচিয়ানৰ দোকানত যদি এক্সপেৰিয়েন্সিয়েল লাৰ্নিং লবলৈ হয় এটোতো সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে বেলেগ এটা কেওস হৈ থাকে so that is also experience এটুকু এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স বুলি কৈছে এটো ইন্টাৰ্নশিপৰ যোগেদি দিয়াৰ কথা কৈছে কিন্তু আমাৰ কাৰিকুলামত মানে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে তেনেকুৱাকে হ'ব লাগিব বুলি তো এনইপিয়ে কোৱা নাই এনইপিয়ে কৈছে যে কন্টেন্টটোত আমি we need to focus on 3 things what are the 3 things the holistic education the cognitive emotional and behavioral এই তিনটা বস্তু ডেভেলপ কৰিব লাগিব আৰু এই তিনটা বস্তু ডেভেলপ কৰিবলৈ যাওঁতে এক্সপেৰিয়েন্সৰ প্ৰয়োজন আছে বুলি কৈছে sometimes it may be the history people can talk storytelling as one of the experience storytelling technique বেলেগ great people persons or stories বিলাক কালেক্ট কৰিব দিব পাৰে ষ্টুডেন্টক that can be experiences so while teaching about freedom fighters the village history can work as an important that is instrument of experiential learning then this is the mostly এই বস্তুটোৰ ওপৰত বেছিকৈ মানে কথা হৈ আছে এতিয়া experiential learning NEP 2020 আপোনালোকে বহুতে কৰিছেও মই যিখিনি ভাবু আৰু মই যিখিনি এপ্লাই কৰি আছো সেই কথাবিলাক মই আপোনালোকৰ লগত শেয়াৰ কৰিছো তাৰ পিছত experiential learning টো যেতিয়া গোটেই থিওৰিটো ডেভেলপ হ'ল যা ডেভিড কলবে যেতিয়া ডেভেলপ কৰিলে তেওঁ 4টা স্টেপৰ কথা কৈছে এই 4টা স্টেপ আমি যদি বুজিবলৈ হয় প্ৰথম কৈছে যে ষ্টুডেন্টক we must given experience to them আমি এতিয়া তেওঁলোকক কাম এটা দিব লাগিব এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স তেওঁলোকে কৰিব লাগিব ডু প্ৰথমটো এইকাৰণে ডু বুলি কৈছে সেকেন্ডটোক অবজাৰ্ভ বুলি কৈছে কামটো কৰাৰ লগে লগে তেওঁলোকে তাক অবজাৰ্ভ কৰিব লাগিব ৰিফ্লেক্টিভ অবজাৰভেশনটো ৰিফ্লেক্টিভ হ'ব লাগিব তাৰ পিছত থ্ৰু অবজাৰভেশন আফটাৰ অবজাৰভেশন they need to develop a concept a abstract concept to develop কৰিব লাগিব এটা abstract concept for that they need to think আৰু after thinking the next step is active experimentation they need to their own experimentation they need to develop something new. So create a new theory, new model. That is what. Suppose, for example, while teaching poverty, we never ask students to go to their village and to conduct a survey in their village. যদি poverty topic to পঢ়োৱাৰ আগতে যদি আমি ষ্টুডেণ্টক কৈ দিওঁ যে তোমালোকে ভিলেজ এটালৈ যোৱা আৰু ভিলেজখন সাৰ্ভে কৰি তেওঁলোকৰ মানুহবিলাকৰ সোশিও ইকনমিক ষ্টেটাস বিলাক লৈ আনা আৰু কিছুমান এনেকুৱা স্পেশাল ক্যাৰেক্টাৰ আইডেন্টিফাই কৰি আনা যেনেকে বহুত ধনী মানুহ বহুত দুখীয়া মানুহ আইডেন্টিফাই দ্য স্পেশাল ক্যাৰেক্টাৰ এন্ড ব্ৰিং টু দ্য ক্লাস. Then when they bring with that data into the class, then you can start poverty. Then you can connect their experiences with the theory. তেওঁলোকে যিটো এক্সপেৰিয়েন্স পাই আহিছিলে সেই এক্সপেৰিয়েন্সটোৰ লগত আপুনি আপোনাৰ থিওৰি বিলাক কানেক্ট কৰিব পাৰে. Then you can say income মেথডৰ যোগেদি poverty কেনেকে জুখে, expenditure মেথডৰ যোগেদি poverty কেনেকে জুখে, calories যোগেদি poverty কেনেকে জুখে, what is poverty line, what is BPL, what is FPL, what are the poverty alleviation measures taken by government, why government has taken poverty alleviation measures or ভিতৰত আটাইতকৈ food security ওপৰতো কিয় এতিয়া ফোকাস কৰি আছে, why critical thinking তেতিয়া food security ওপৰত কিয় ফোকাস কৰি আছে, why poverty eradication not food security প্ৰথম মেজাৰ হিচাপে আহে, তাৰ পিছত critical thinking or লগত আপুনি relate কৰক কথাবিলাক. That is experiential learning. Then in that way, now the school textbooks are written in that way. In higher education, we do not have, most of the time we follow reference book. I don't know about that. But in school education, if you go to class 9 economics textbook, you will find the first chapter is the village of Palampur. The kitab chapter to name dise the village of Palampur. য'ত তেওঁলোকে ডিসকাস কৰিছে the factors of production ৰ ওপৰত ডিসকাস কৰিছে. They are discussing about factors of production, the land, labor, capital organization, then human resources and all that. As a primary sector, the secondary sector and manufacturing sector, third the service sector. তিনটা সেক্টৰৰ কথা তেওঁলোকে স্টাডি কৰিছে, but they have given a hypothetical case study of a village first of all. And after learning that hypothetical study, later on they introduce the concept. So while learning the concept, the students are engaged, the students are connected with the hypothetical study, that story. So হেইটো হোৱাৰ লগে লগে ষ্টুডেণ্টে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে কি হৈছে তাৰমানে কনসেপ্ট এটেইনমেন্টত তেওঁলোকৰ সুবিধা হৈছে আৰু তেওঁলোকে ৰিয়েল লাইফৰ লগত বস্তুটো কানেক্ট কৰিব পাৰিছে. So that is experiential learning. So this is one of the mostly talked topic of NEP 2020. এই সৰ্বশিক্ষা অভিযানৰ জয়ফুল লাৰ্নিংৰ নিচিনাই এতিয়া হায়াৰ এডুকেশ্যনত এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিংৰ ওপৰত বহুত বেছি কথা হৈ আছে আৰু বহুতে বেলেগ বেলেগ ধৰণে আপোনালোকে গুগলত বা হেৰিত চালে বহুতে বেলেগ বেলেগ ধৰণে ডিফাইন কৰিছে, নিজৰ নিজৰ ধৰণেও ডিফাইন কৰিছে. সো বাট ইউ নিড টু বেসিক কথাটো হৈছে এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিংৰ যোগেদি NEP-এ কৈছে যে হোলিষ্টিক এডুকেশ্যন, হোলিষ্টিক ডেভেলপমেন্ট অফ দ্য চাইল্ড, ডেভেলপমেন্ট অফ অল এসপেক্টস, সেইটো হৈছে বেসিক ফিলসফি. সেই তিনটা বস্তুত তিনটা ডমেইনত আপুনি ষ্টিক থাকিব লাগিব আৰু আপোনাৰ এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্নিং এপ্ৰোচটো তাৰ লগত কানেক্ট কৰিব লাগিব যে বিহেভিয়াৰেল ডমেইনটো কেনেকে এটেইন হ'ব, কেনেকে এসেস হ'ব, ইমোশনাল ডমেইনটো কেনেকে এটেইন হ'ব আৰু কেনেকে এসেস হ'ব, আৰু কগনিটিভ ডমেইনটো কেনেকে এটেইন হ'ব আৰু কেনেকে এসেস হ'ব. দেন প্ৰজেক্ট বেসড লাৰ্নিংৰ কথা কৈছে. প্ৰজেক্ট বেসড লাৰ্নিং NEP-এ কৈছে প্ৰজেক্ট বেসড লাৰ্নিং শুড বি দেয়াৰ. এতিয়াতো ইভেন গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যন লেভেলৰ পৰাই প্ৰজেক্ট আৰম্ভ কৰাৰ কথা কৈছে. সো আপ টু গ্ৰেজুৱেশ্যন লেভেল যদি 4 বছৰ কোনোবাই ৰিসাৰ্চৰ সৈতে পঢ়িছে তেতিয়াহ'লে তেওঁ ডাইৰেক্ট PhD কৰিব পাৰিব মাষ্টাৰ্ছ নকৰাকে. সো এইটো কাৰণে কৰা হৈছে যে we have a belief that the 4-year undergraduate course can create a competent researcher. মানে কাৰিকুলাম ফ্ৰেমৱৰ্কটোৱে আৰু পলিচিটোৱে এইটো এক্সপেক্ট কৰিছে যে 4 বছৰীয়া আন্ডাৰ গ্ৰেজুৱেট প্ৰগ্ৰামে এজন ৰিসাৰ্চাৰ ক্ৰিয়েট কৰিব পাৰিব, সেইকাৰণে এইটো মাষ্টাৰ ডিগ্ৰী বাইপাছ কৰা হৈছে. সো দিস ইজ দ্য ৰিজন দ্য ক্ৰিটিকেল থিংকিং, ক্ৰিটিকেল এসপেক্টছৰ ওপৰত ইমান ফোকাস কৰা হৈছে, ৰিসাৰ্চ বেসড এপ্ৰোচৰ ওপৰত ইমান ফোকাস কৰা হৈছে যে ডাইৰেক্টলি হি মে বি কম্পিটেন্ট, a very good researcher or competent researcher after doing that. So that is a project based learning can be applied. It develops skill formation, teamwork, leadership, communication, entrepreneurship. Then fifth classroom will come later. Collaborative learning mane through collaboration. In collaborative learning also there are different models. Johnson and Johnson model is one of the very famous models of collaboration. There are other models also. and in different models there are different components, there are different interdependency, কিন্তু basic কথাটো হৈছে collaborationৰ যোগেদি we need to develop the social skills among the students, social and ethical responsibilities of the students, community living aspects to আমি ষ্টুডেন্টৰ মাজত ডেভেলপ কৰিব লাগিব। তো সেইটো আপোনালোকে তেনেকুৱা ধৰণে তাক ডিজাইন কৰিব লাগিব। তো কোনটো কন্টেন্টত আপোনালোকে কোলাবোৰেটিভ লাৰ্নিং কৰিব পাৰে, কোনটো কন্টেন্টত কোলাবোৰেটিভ ষ্ট্ৰেটেজি এপ্লাই কৰিব পাৰে। ওকে, দেন এতিয়া ইয়াতে মই সৰুকে এক্সাম্পল এটা দিছো। কোলাবোৰেটিভ কম্পিটিটিভ লাৰ্নিঙত কি হয়? কোলাবোৰেটিভ আমাৰ লাৰ্নিংটো বেসিক্যালি কম্পিটিটিভ লাৰ্নিঙত কি হয়? ষ্টুডেন্টৰ মাজত কোনো ইন্টাৰেকশন নাথাকে। ইভেন পৰীক্ষাত লিখোতেও তেওঁলোকে এজনক নেদেখায়। আপোনাৰ চাব ক্লাছত বহি থাকোতেও ইজনে দেখিলে মানে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে কিবা এটা হ'ব বুলি ভাবে। নো কোলাবোৰেশন। So but in collaboration there is an active interaction. The student interact. এজনে ইজনৰ লগত interact কৰিব আৰু best solution to আহিব তেতিয়া। When they interact they develop a best solution. That is the belief of collaboration. And in collaboration everyone is accountable to each other. They develop the group responsibility. They develop a positive interdependency, social skills. Basically collaboration is done for social skills, but all these things are lacked in competitive learning. So we need to shift from competitive learning to collaborative learning. আমার সোসাইটিত আমাক collaborative citizen লাগে, আমাক competitive citizen না লাগে। We need collaboration everywhere in all aspects, irrespective of science, arts, commerce, irrespective of technology. We need collaborative people. We do not need competitive people. Competitive people are very self-oriented people. They develop themselves only, their own. They fulfill their own ego, own needs, own aspirations. It does not have any impact on the direct impact on the society. That's why our focus should be on collaboration. The society should be benefited. Yes.
মিউট কৰি দিলো, আনমিউট হৈ গৈছিল।
কিবা ইস্যুজ আছিলে নেকি?
নো কোৱেশ্চন।
কিবা ইস্যুজ আছিলে আপোনালোকে ক'ব
নাই
পাৰে?
নাই নাই, কোনো ইস্যুজ নাই মানে
Okay, then let us come to reflective learning. Reflective learning is basically আচ্ছা সুৰজিত, আমি কেইটালৈকে সময়?
3টালৈকে আছিল। আপুনি যদি হেৰি হয় বহাবও পাৰে বা তাৰ আগতো শেষ কৰিব পাৰে।
3টালৈকে টাইম দিয়া আছে ন?
হয়।
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well.
Then তাৰমানে মানুহে সব জানে এইবিলাক কথা ন, এইবিলাক বেছি শুনিবলৈ ধৈৰ্য নাথাকে।
নাই আমি বহুত প্ৰডাক্ট নাই, ভাল পাইছো।
নহয় এইটোতো হয়, কিন্তু মানে আমি এতিয়া কৈ এনেকুৱা ষ্টেজ পাই গলো ন, মানে বহুত দেৰি শুনিবলৈ এটা হেৰি লাগে তাত। আৰু যেতিয়া মানে সেইটো পেডাগজিতকে এতিয়া এন্ড্ৰাগজি, মই যিটো ডিল কৰি আছো এন্ড্ৰাগজিটো মানে এডাল্ট লাৰ্নাৰ্ছ আৰু এডাল্ট আৰু আপোনালোকৰ নিচিনা এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চ এণ্ড নলেজেবল মানুহ। It is quite difficult for a learner. এতিয়া মই যদি মানে AI কন্টেন্ট আনো, টেক্সট বুকৰ পৰা আনো, কিতাপৰ পৰা আনো, পটককে আপোনালোকে কৈ দিব আমুক কিতাপৰ পৰা এইটো লৈ আনিছে। এতিয়া সেইটো মই কৰিব নোৱাৰো। এতিয়া I need to give from my own experiences. সেইকাৰণে মই কানেক্ট কৰি আছো।
আপোনাৰ এক্সাম্পল খিনি আমাক উপকৃত কৰিছে।
সেইখিনি আচলতে সেইকাৰণে কানেক্ট কৰিছো, আদাৰৱাইজ
পুৰা কানেকচন হৈছে।
গতিকে আপোনালোকে অলপ ধৈৰ্য ধৰক, তাৰপিছত আমি হেক কৰিম আৰু।
নাই সকলো ধৈৰ্য ধৰি আছে।
Thank you so much. Okay, next reflective journalত কি হয়? তাৰমানে reflective journals তেওঁলোকৰ এক্সপিৰিয়েন্সেছ বিলাক তেওঁলোকে ৰিফ্লেক্ট কৰে। তেওঁলোকে যিটো দেখিলে, যিটো শুনিলে, তেওঁলোকৰ এক্সপিৰিয়েন্সটো ৰিফ্লেক্ট কৰে। আমি কোৱা কথাবিলাক নোটবুকত নিলিখে। জেনেৰেলি নোটবুকত কি হয়? নোটবুকত ষ্টুডেণ্টে লিখা what is environment is the surrounding and all that, সেইটো লিখে। কিন্তু রিফ্লেক্টিভ জার্নালত কি হয়? observe and write. They write their own. That is reflective journal. So বহুত ক্ষেত্ৰত আমি portfolio writing can be done. portfolio তেওঁলোকক লিখাব পাৰো। So these can be used as an assessment tool later on. যেতিয়া assessmentৰ ওপৰত নিশ্চয় ক্লাছ এটা আছে, assessmentত এই কথাবিলাক ক'ব। ইভেন rubricsৰ কথাও assessmentত আছে। তো ৰুব্ৰিক্সৰ যোগেদিও এইখিনি বহুতখিনি বস্তু আমি তেওঁলোকৰ এছেছ কৰিব পাৰো So self-assessment can be one of the tool. This is another aspect. Then the last, that is NEP কৈছে যে our pedagogy should be integrated with technology. আৰু NEP আটাইতকৈ ডাঙৰ কন্ট্ৰিবিউশন টো হৈছে এক্সপেৰিয়েন্সিয়েল লাৰ্নিং ৰ উপৰিও ইন্টিগ্ৰেটেড পেডাগজি NEP কৈছে যে পেডাগজি টো ইন্টিগ্ৰেট কৰিব লাগে কিহৰ লগত ইন্টিগ্ৰেট কৰিবলৈ কৈছে ইন্টিগ্ৰেশন অফ আৰ্ট ইন্টিগ্ৰেশন অফ থিয়েটাৰ ইন্টিগ্ৰেশন অফ স্পোর্টস ইন্টিগ্ৰেশন অফ টেকনলজি এইখিনি বস্তুৰ লগত ইন্টিগ্ৰেশন অফ মিউজিক এইখিনি বস্তুৰ লগত পেডাগজি ইন্টিগ্ৰেট কৰিবলৈ কৈছে আৰ্টৰ যোগেদি পঢ়াবলৈ কৈছে থিয়েটাৰৰ যোগেদি পঢ়াবলৈ কৈছে স্পোর্টসৰ যোগেদি পঢ়াবলৈ কৈছে টেকনলজিৰ যোগেদি ইন্টিগ্ৰেট কৰিবলৈ কৈছে বাকি বস্তুখিনি স্কুল এডুকেশনৰ কাৰণে বেছি ইফেক্টিভ সেইকাৰণে মই ইয়াত আনা নাই কিন্তু টেকনলজি ইন্টিগ্ৰেশনটো হায়াৰ এডুকেশনৰ কাৰণে বেছি ইফেক্টিভ ইট ইজ ভেৰি ইফেক্টিভ ফৰ হায়াৰ এডুকেশন technology integration how technology can be integrated in our pedagogy technology can be integrated in two ways basically one is offline integration another is online integration offline integration of ki hoy acha etia jodi ami kau je eta samoyat informations bilak sob oral asil printing press invent huar agote 19 I think 1498 এনেকুৱা 15th century মানে প্ৰিন্টিং প্ৰেছ গুটেনবাৰ্গে আৱিষ্কাৰ কৰাৰ আগতে সব ইনফৰমেশন অৰেল আছিল অৰেল ট্ৰান্সমিশন হৈছিল টিচাৰে ষ্টুডেন্টক কৈছিল আৰু অৰেলি তেওঁলোকে পৰীক্ষা লৈছিল আৰু তেওঁলোকে পাস কৰাই দিছিল কিন্তু প্ৰিন্টিং when printing press was discovered the information were now the printed all informations are printed in the book form the printed information ahi gol tar pisot মানে printed informations are shared through the books format now in 21st century the informations are digitalized etia ako ami next phase of entry korisu oral to printing to digital informations now all informations are digitally created message create koribo lage information are created digitally message likhi diyo digital information photo eta mari dilu digital information kiba eta likhi dilu digital information video eta korilu digital information ajir gute class to record hoye ase is a digital information so the all informations are now digitally recorded so lahe lahe ami ki korisu from printing information to digital information we are converting aru next 5 years 10 years of business ami hangatic dhorone digital information thomai goi asu jam so that's why our pedagogy should not be only dependent on printing technology we must implement the digital the aspects also it may be offline it may be online offline basically without internet when we use projectors laptops that without internet that is called offline and online is basically data is created informations are created informations are stored in a cloud informations are stored in a cloud like Gmail has given a storage capacity of 15 GB like that you can purchase more some institutions purchase up to 100 GB even books even video e-resource everything can be stored now the Swayam platform is there Sud Ganga is there InflipNet is there Gangotri is there so Bidwan portal is there EPG Patsala is there the all information the most of the informations are created in a PDF format in a text format in a video format in a audio format and they are stored in those platforms we can easily download those we can use it we can access it we can share it we can retrieve it we can manipulate it so this is the use of digital technology digital information that's why our teaching should also be technology integrated our pedagogy should also be technology but technology integrated koribole jaote apnaloke prothom kotha to bhaibo lagibo LMS or kotha learning management system or kotha এতিয়া লাৰ্নিং মেনেজমেন্ট সিস্টেম বহুত কেটা আপোনালোকৰ পেইড আছে পইচা দিব লাগে কিন্তু কিছুমান আছে যেনেকে গুগল ক্লাছৰুম আমি ইউজ কৰি আছো তাৰ পিছত আৰু এটা আছে এড পাজল বুলি আছে এড পাজল you can share video resources there you can create on screen video resource আপোনালোকে ক্ৰিয়েট কৰিব পাৰিব ভিডিও ৰিসোৰ্স ক্ৰিয়েট কৰি হে ভিডিও বিলাকৰ মাজত আপুনি কোৱেশ্চন এমবেড কৰিব পাৰিব কোৱেশ্চনস ভৰাই দিব পাৰিব যে প্ৰথম 1 মিনিট চোৱাৰ পিছত মানে এটা কোৱেশ্চন দিব কোৱেশ্চনৰ আনসাৰ কৰিলে নেক্সট পাৰ্টৰ ভিডিও চাব পাৰিব যেনেকৈ আমি ইউটিউবত চাওতে এডভাৰটাইজমেন্টটো চাব লগিয়া হয় সেই তেনেকুৱা ধৰণে এমবেড কৰিব পাৰে কোৱেশ্চন The Ed Puzzle is a platform where you can, most of you are maybe there, but those who do not know, I'm saying for them, you can create your own class there. You can engage the learners. You can share your e-resources, video resources. You can share your text resources to them. So this is this type of LMS. Even most of the institutions, they organize their LMS in Moodle platform also. Moodle is also one of the prominent platform nowadays. So then you can share your videos to the students to make the flipped classroom. Tomorrow we are going to learn about the economic theory, liquidity preference theory. Then let us share one video downloaded from EPG Pathshala to the students. Share kori dile, temloke ghorat video to sale, theory to sale. When they come to the school, then you start with that video. You start with the questioning to the students. That is called flipped classroom. Flipped classroom. Tamane agotiyake apuni bostu bilak studentok di dile, temloke ghorat poribo aru class ole ahibo. Then this is one pedagogy which is very much helpful through technology. Then টেকনলজি ওরিয়েন্টেড আৰু আমি বহুতে নাজানো যে গুগলে আমাক বহুতখিনি এনেকুৱা দিছে মানে ফ্ৰী অফ কষ্ট কিছুমান কোলাবোৰেটিভ টেকনিক দিছে যেনেকৈ আপুনি গুগলত গুগল ডক শেয়াৰ কৰিব পাৰে গুগল পাৱাৰ পইণ্ট শেয়াৰ কৰিব পাৰে গুগল শীট শেয়াৰ কৰিব পাৰে এনেকুৱা কনসেপ্ট মেপ গুগলত গৈ আপুনি কনসেপ্ট মেপ বনাব পাৰে ফ্ৰী অফ কষ্ট জিমেইলত এই সুবিধাবিলাক আছে জিমেইলৰ পৰা আপোনালোকে এই সুবিধাবিলাক এক্সট্ৰেক্ট কৰিব পাৰে so these facilities are there and you can upload this in Google Drive also so that you can download easily. So this is what integrated with technology. Kintu integrated technology koribole jaote eta bostu ami agodan thekibo lagibo je technology has given everything free of cost, but we need to be very much ethical on that. While using technology, we must be very much ethical. Sometimes we see that book chapters are written, journal papers are written 100% AI, 90% AI. That should not be. If this happens, then the creativity is iman badibo lagisile sob khatam hoy jabe. So AI use korute we must be very much conscious, very much aware. So every teacher must aware about the AI modules, AI ki software ase, AI modules ase. Karon student azikali ebla hunkale explore kori temloke AI te bahut bostu banai ane. Tati ami bhabi thako iman dhuniya ke student likhile pisot dekhibo etu AI kori anile. So AI jetia koribo AI dependent hoy gole tar critical thinking o nohobo tar creativity o nohobo sob tar AI hoy jabo ar useless hoy jabo etu. So that's why you must use AI very consciously and you must engage the students with the AI content very much effectively and very much consciously. That is very essential. Then technology enabled moi ekhini kothai kolu aru kishuman apnaloke strategy lobo pare think pair share method case study method learning journals simulation or role play can be brainstorming group discussion role play reflective accounts critical reading problem solving storytelling SQ3 survey questioning reading ebilak strategy ase ebilak strategy apnaloke explore koribo pare so that you can connect those strategy pedagogical strategy to your content and you can make your learning very much effective. And UGC eta document dise etu document apnaloke netot available ase UGC website to available ase tat temloke kisuman suggested pedagogical approach boli di dise ei document to apnaloke hokulwe poribo 9-10 page document beshi dangor noy horuke PDF document eta guideline for innovative pedagogy boli ase guideline for innovative pedagogy published by UGC tate এইখিনি মই তাৰ পৰা লৈছিলো যে কম্প্ৰিহেনসিভ নলেজ ডেভেলপ কৰিবলৈ আপুনি কি পেডাগজি ইউজ কৰিব কি এপ্ৰোচ ইউজ কৰিব প্ৰসিডিউৰাল নলেজৰ কাৰণে কি এপ্ৰোচ ইউজ কৰিব স্কিলৰ কাৰণে কি এপ্ৰোচ ইউজ কৰিব ক্ৰিটিকেল থিংকিংৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব ক্ৰিয়েটিভিটিৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব কমিউনিকেশ্যনৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব ৰিসাৰ্চৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব হয়নে লিডাৰশ্বিপৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব এইখিনি সব গ্ৰেজুৱেট এট্ৰিবিউটছ দে কোৱালিটিজ গ্ৰেজুৱেট ইউজিসি আইডেন্টিফাই কৰিছে এইবিলাক আৰু এই স্কিল এই এট্ৰিবিউটৰ কাৰণে আপুনি কি পেডাগজিক্যাল এপ্ৰোচ ইউজ কৰিব ডিজিটাল লিটাৰেসিৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব ভ্যালু ইনকালকেশনৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব এমপ্যাথিৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব কমিউনিটি এংগেজমেন্টৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব এই সব তাত আছে এটো তাৰ পৰাই মই লৈছিলো মোডস অফ ট্ৰান্সপোৰ্টেশন আৰু এনইপি আৰু এটা বস্তু এটোৰ ওপৰত ফোকাস কৰিছে আমাৰ ইন্ডিয়াৰ ট্ৰেডিশন এটো আচ্ছা ইয়াৰ আগৰ কথাখিনি আপোনালোকে এইখিনি বস্তু হেতু ডকুমেন্ট আপোনালোকে প্লিজ পঢ়িব তাতে এইখিনি খুব আপোনালোকৰ হেল্প হ'ব ইয়াৰ পৰা বহুতখিনি বস্তু আপোনালোকে ল'ব পাৰিব আইডিয়া এটা পাব কোনটো কন্টেন্টত আপুনি কি পেডাগজি ইউজ কৰিব পাৰিব দেন পঞ্চপৰি বুলি মডেল এটা NEP দিছে 5টা ষ্টেপৰ কথা কৈছে এটো আমাৰ নিজৰ ট্ৰেডিশনাল মডেল ইণ্ডিয়াৰ এটা মানে ইণ্ডিয়াৰ হেৰিটেজ বুলি আমি ক'ব পাৰো প্ৰথম স্টেপটো অদিতি বোধ অভ্যাস প্ৰয়োগ এণ্ড প্ৰসাৰ introduction conceptual understanding practice application and expansion the cognitive development কাৰণে এই মডেলটো আপোনালোকে ইউজ কৰিব পাৰে এটা আমাৰ বহুত বছৰ পুৰণি চলি আছিল ব্লুমছে 1950s ত পিছত আহি নলেজ আন্ডাৰষ্টেণ্ডিং হেখিনিৰ কথা ক'লে কিন্তু আমাৰ ইণ্ডিয়াত এইটো ইণ্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেমত বহুত বছৰ আগৰ পৰা চলি আছিল 5 stage learning model even শ্ৰাৱণা মননা and নিধ্যাসনা listening the guru thinking analyzing and identification of truth and applying real life এইটো গুৰুকুল সিস্টেমত আমাৰ 3 step progression model চলি আছিল টিচিং মডেল these are the Indian knowledge system ওপৰত মই অলপ ফোকাস কৰিলো বাকি ৰোল খিনিৰ কথা নকওঁ চ্যালেঞ্জ খিনিৰ কথা মই অলপ ইয়াত লিখিছো স্লাইডত কাৰণ লাষ্ট মই এটা কলেজলৈ গৈছিলো FDP হেৰি পেডাগজিৰ ওপৰতে FDP আছিল তাত কেজনমান টিচাৰে কোৱেশ্চন কৰিছে যে তেওঁলোকৰ ক্লাছৰুম যদি মানে ৰিসোৰ্সফুল নহয় তেতিয়া হলে কেনেকে পেডাগজি এপ্লাই কৰিব সো হেতু মই আনসাৰ দিব নোৱাৰিম that is a purely administrative question and the government institution the administrative that is the people can answer that how to create infrastructure in the institutions hetu to ami aru kob noaru etu koribo lage but for holistic pedagogy amar karone ekhini bostu lagibo eta classroom environment to perfect hobo lagibo resourceful hobo lagibo sufficient resource thakibo lagibo technology integrated hobo lagibo faculty hokolok development programs temlukor karone arrange koribo lagibo ekhini bostu ase to cope up those challenges karon bohutar monot etu thakibo pare je amar কলেজত তো এখিনি সুবিধা নাই আমি কেনেকে কৰিম that's why I told that stock analysis আপোনালোকে নিজৰ ক্লাছৰুমৰ কৰিব পাৰে একাৰণে মই এটো দেখাই দিছো strength weaknesses and opportunity and challenges আপোনালোকৰ নিজৰ ক্লাছৰুম বা নিজৰ পেডাগজি আপোনালোকে আইডেন্টিফাই কৰিব পাৰে আপোনাৰ নিজৰ strength কি আছে আপুনি ধুনিয়া কম্পিউটাৰ জানে এটো আপোনাৰ strength হৈ গল weakness কি আছে আপুনি ধৰা কথা কওঁতে অলপ বহুত দেৰি ক'ব নোৱাৰে that may be your weakness sometimes how to make them how to convert it into strength so you can make your own SWOT analysis this is always I believe how should the classroom environment so আমি generally passive learning বুলি কলে প্ৰথমটো বুজো কিন্তু active learning বুলি কলে teacher is a facilitator আৰু students should be arranged or sit in a group manner so that is how can say you can make your learning active thank you for listening this long presentation and tolerating me for almost 1 hour and 40 minutes. I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now we shall proceed towards the question and answer. If we have any queries from the participant, kindly put forward your questions.
না এনে আপোনালোকে ঠিকে পালেন না বস্তুটো ঠিকে আছে নে কৈছিলো কথাবিলাক
না তাকে কল
ভাল আছে
মোৰ ফালৰ পৰা
আমিও লাৰ্নাৰ তো শিকি আছো ন এতিয়া আপোনালোকে ফিডবেক দিব লাগিব এইটো so that কাৰণ লাৰ্নিং ইজ এ নেভাৰ এন্ডিং প্ৰসেস সুৰজিত
আপোনাৰ একদম বহুত প্ৰডাক্টিভ হল মানে মোৰ নিজৰ কাৰণে মই নিজে ব্যক্তিগতভাৱে ভাল লাগিছে যথেষ্ট ভাল লাগিলে আৰু যিখিনি ৰিয়েল লাইফ
মানুহ আছে আমাৰ পৰাগ আছে আৰু নাম কাৰো মই চাব পৰা নাই একচুয়ালি
নাই বৰ ধুনীয়া আছে আমাৰ খুব মানে ৰিয়েল লাইফ সিচুৱেচন হৈছে যে সেইকাৰণে যথেষ্ট ভাল লাগিলে
মানে থিওৰিটো বহুত কথা আছে কিন্তু বস্তুবিলাক প্ৰেক্টিক্যালি কানেক্ট কৰিলেহে বস্তুটো অলপ বেছি হেৰি হ'ব যেন ভাবো মই মানে আৰ্টিলাৰি প্ৰেক্টিক্যাল কানেকশন নহলে
আৰু এই আপুনি কোৱাৰ দৰে
এআই এজ এ টিচাৰ এতিয়া মেইনলি মই ভাবো যে মোৰ ফোকাসটো মানে ক'ত মই কন্টেন্টটো কিয় লৈছো আৰু কি অবজেক্টিভ মই ফুলফিল কৰিম আৰু তাৰ যোগেদি মই মানে ষ্টুডেন্টৰ মাজত মানে কি ডেভেলপ কৰিব বিচাৰিম এই বস্তুটো যদি অলপ ফোকাস কৰো আৰু পেডাগজিটো যদি মই তাৰ এলাইন কৰি লওঁ এসেসমেন্টটো যদি এলাইন কৰি লওঁ তেতিয়াহলে মই ভাবো outcome-based education we can very easily apply in our own curriculum. এইটো বেলেগে কৰি দিয়াতকে আচলতে নিজে কৰিলে বস্তুটো সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে ইফেক্টিভ হ'ব। বেলেগ এক্সপাৰ্টে কৰি দিব, পিছত এইটো সাংঘাতিক ধৰণৰ গেপ এটা থাকি যাব, তেওঁ নিজৰ মতে কৰিব।
আচলতে কথাবিলাক কি হয়, আমি এতিয়া এই যিটো ৰিফ্লেক্টিভ জাৰ্নেল ৰাইটিংটোৰ যিটো কনচেপ্টটো, মই এতিয়া এইবাৰ আমাৰ ক্লাছত মানে ষ্টুডেণ্টখিনিক দুটা কাম দি থলো। এটা এনেই নৰ্মেলি হ'লে মানে এটা ৰিপৰ্ট লিখিলেও গুচি আহে কি কি কৰিলে। এতিয়া যদি জাৰ্নেল টাইপত দিয়াৰ লগে লগে সিহঁতৰ ইনভলভমেণ্টটো মানে বাঢ়ি যায়।
বাঢ়ি যাব।
সেই ইনভলভমেণ্টটো বঢ়াটোৱে আছে মূল কথা, আৰু সেইখিনিয়ে ধুনীয়াকৈ ভাল লাগিলে বাৰু।
হয়।
আৰু এই অমৰদা, আমাৰ আৰু এটা কথা এনেকুৱা হ'ল, AI কথা কৈছিল যে আপুনি, যে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীবিলাকে AI টো বেছিকে জানে, দে আৰ মোৰ এক্সপাৰ্ট দেন আছ, দে নো ডিফাৰেণ্ট টুলছ অফ AI। চ' এনেকুৱা হ'ল, আমাৰ ইণ্টাৰ্ণশ্বিপ এটা 120 আৱাৰ্ছৰ আছে, যিটো 120 আৱাৰ্ছৰ তেওঁলোকক আমি ফিল্ডত পঠিয়াইছোঁ, বেলেগ বেলেগ ধৰক নাৰ্চাৰীত পঠিয়াইছোঁ, য'ৰ পৰা তেওঁলোক লোকেল ৰিচোৰ্চেছৰ জৰিয়তে উপকৃত হ'ব পাৰে। মানে তেনেকুৱা পঠিয়াওঁতে তেওঁলোকক আমি ৰিপৰ্টৰ এটা গাইডলাইনছ বনাই দিয়া হৈছে, ইণ্টাৰ্ণশ্বিপ ৰিপৰ্টৰ, আৰু কেনেকে দিব লাগে কি কথা। সেইখিনি দিয়াৰ পিছত আমি মূলতঃ চাইছিলো যে তেওঁলোকৰ যিটো নলেজটো তেওঁলোকে প্ৰেজেণ্ট কৰক। কিন্তু এতিয়া কথাটো কি হ'ল, যিখিনি ষ্টুডেণ্ট আছামিজ মিডিয়ামৰ, পিয়'ৰ আছামিজ মিডিয়ামৰ, তেওঁলোকে কি কৰিছে, যে আমি অসমীয়াতে মাধ্যমটো ল'বলৈ কৈছো, তেওঁলোকে কি কৰিছে যে টপিকটো দি গোটেই AIত বহাই পেলাই আনিছে। গতিকে সেইটো লেভেললৈকে আমাৰো নলেজ আছে যে AIত লিখি আনিছে, আমি কাৰেকশ্যনছ কৰিবলৈ দিছো যে অসমীয়াত লিখ, তহঁতি যিখিনি জানো অসমীয়াত লিখি আন। অসমীয়াটো কি কৰিছে, সেইখিনি ট্ৰেন্সলেট কৰি আকৌ অসমীয়া কৰি আনিছে, বুজিছে নে? তেনেকুৱাত আমি কমপ্লিট ৰিজেক্ট কৰি দিছো, এইখিনি চাইছো, ৰিজেক্ট কৰিছো। আমাক আকৌ কঠোৰ বুলি বিভিন্ন ঠাইত ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে মানে বহুত কঠোৰ বুলি ভাবিছে, আচলতে সিহঁতৰ ভৱিষ্যতৰ কাৰণে কৰিছো। তাৰপিছত শেষত এনেকুৱাও হৈছে, দুই এজন ষ্টুডেণ্টৰ শেষত সিহঁতৰ জেৰক্স কৰিবলৈ বা হেৰি কৰিবলৈও পইচা নাই, আমি পইচা দি হলেও কৰাইছো। মানে পইচা দিছো, তহঁতি কৰি আন। মই নিজে কেইবাজনকো মানে প্ৰিণ্ট উলিয়াবলৈ পইচা দিছো, সেইটো পৰ্যায় পাইছেগে। মানে ল'ৰা ছোৱালী বিলাক ইমান টেকনলজি বিলাক জানে, গতিকে আমি তেওঁলোকতকে বেছি স্কিলফুল হ'ব লাগিব, মই ভাবো। আমি আৰু AI টুলছ দুটা বেছিকে জানিব লাগিব, তেতিয়া নেক্সট টাইম তেওঁলোকে সাহস নকৰে। মানে AI টো ইউজ কৰক, বাট এনেকুৱা যিবিলাক আপুনি ক'লে যে এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্ণিংটো খুব প্ৰডাক্টিভ হ'বৰ কাৰণে আমি একদম ৰিয়েল গ্ৰাউণ্ডত যিখিনি AI বাহিৰত আমি তেওঁলোকক এছাইনমেণ্ট দিব লাগিব, হেৰি কৰিব লাগিব, তেনেকুৱা কৰিলে মই ভাবো বেছি ভাল হয়। এতিয়া আমি AI জৰিয়তে প্ৰায় ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে লিখি আনে, আৰু আমাৰ এছাইনমেণ্ট বিলাকো খুব ফিল্ড বেছ হ'ব লাগে, মই ভাবো দেই। কাৰণ কেলে, এতিয়া এনেকুৱা হৈ গৈছে, আমি ইণ্টেলেকচুৱেল লেভেলৰ যিটো টিচিং দি আছিলো, যিটো ক্লাছৰুম টিচিং আমাৰ জেনেৰেল চলিছে, সেইটো মুডতে আমি আছো। ট্ৰেনজিশ্যন পিৰিয়ডটোত আমি বহু ক্ষেত্ৰত শিক্ষকসকলো মানে এডজাষ্ট হ'ব পৰা নাই। তেনেকুৱাত যদি আপুনি এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্ণিং এটা দেখুৱাই বেলেগ ধৰণে, সেইটো বহু ক্ষেত্ৰত টিচাৰ কাৰণে এইটো আকৌ কি কৰিছে, এনেকুৱা কি কৰিছে, তেনেকুৱা আমি শিক্ষকসকলো চেঞ্জ হোৱা নাই। কিন্তু মই ভাবো মই নিজে ব্যক্তিগতভাৱে ভাবিছো দেই, মই কোনো শিক্ষকক ব্লেমিং কৰা নাই, কিন্তু আমিও সেই চিষ্টেমটোৰ লগত এডজাষ্ট হোৱাই নাই। কিন্তু আমিও নিজক চেঞ্জ কৰিব লাগিব প্ৰথমে, মানে বিফৰ মানে ঘপককে এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্ণিং হ'লে আমিও সেইটোত মানে যিটো ইম'চনৰ কথা ক'লে, ইম'চন এটা টপিকটোত লাগিবই। মানে যদি ইম'চনছটো নাথাকে আমাৰ মাজত, তেতিয়াহ'লে এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্ণিংটো এনেই নামতে চলি থাকিব। গতিকে শিক্ষক এজনো
এইটো এইকাৰণে মই কৈছো, এইটো বেলেগৰ মডেল আমি এপ্লাই কৰাতকে আমি একদম ভিতৰৰ পৰা নিজে বস্তুটো যদি বুজি লৈ নিজে বস্তুটো ফৰ্মুলেট কৰো ন, বোলে এইটো কন্টেন্টত মই এইটো এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চ দিম, তেতিয়া বস্তুটো বেছি ইফেক্টিভ হ'ব।
হয় 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 হয়, একজেক্টলি। মানে আমি নিজে মানে আমাৰ মডেলটো ডেভেলপ কৰিব লাগিব, কেনেকে মানে বেছি পাৰে। মানে এটা মানে কিন্তু মই বহুত ভাল লাগিল দেই আপোনাৰ, আকৌ মাতিম দেই, আপুনি ক'ব লাগিব।
ষ্টুডেণ্টক মানে লাষ্ট টাইম মই এটা ৰেডিঅ' জ্ঞান মালিনীত এটা প্ৰগ্ৰেম কৰাইছিলো। মানে এইটো ফাৰ্ষ্ট টাইম ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিত হৈছে, মানে এনেকুৱা প্ৰগ্ৰেম ষ্টুডেণ্টে নিজে মানে ডিজাইন কৰি কন্টেন্ট এটা নিজে প্ৰেজেন্ট কৰি 18টা এপিচড মানে ডেভেলপ কৰিছে, আৰু এইটো এটা চিৰিজ অফ প্ৰগ্ৰেম মানে ব্ৰডকাষ্ট হৈছে। এইটো ইনচেম এক্টিভিটি হিচাপে তেওঁলোকে কৰিছে 10 মাৰ্কছৰ কাৰণে। সাংঘাতিক ধৰণে ইনভলভ হৈছে, মানে গাঁৱত গৈছে, মানে বয়স্ক মানুহবিলাকৰ ৰেকৰ্ডিং কৰিছে, ছাষ্টেইনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টৰ গ'ল বিলাকক লৈ তেওঁলোকৰ মানে কুৱেশ্যন কৰিছে তেওঁলোকক। মানে সাংঘাতিক ধৰণৰ এংগেজমেন্ট, আৰু এটা বেলেগ ধৰণৰ কনফিডেন্স ডেভেলপ হৈছে। মানে ৰেডিঅ'ত কথা কৈছে ন, বেলেগ মানুহে শুনিছে, তো খুব ইফেক্টিভ হৈছে বস্তুটো। তেনেকুৱা ধৰণে আমি নিজৰ লেভেলতে
আৰু আমি যদি তেনেকুৱাবিলাক কৰোঁ, আমাৰ মানে নিজৰে ইনষ্টিটিউচনত যিটো এনৰলমেণ্ট কমিছে, সেই এনৰলমেণ্টটো বাঢ়িব। ল'ৰা ছোৱালী যেতিয়া ইণ্টাৰেষ্ট পাব, মানে তেনেকে এট্ৰেক্ট হৈ পেলাই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনিও আহিব মানে এডমিশ্যন ল'বলৈ। কিন্তু আমাৰ এতিয়া ইছ্যু ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক লৈ টনাটনি। কোনোবা ল'ৰা ছোৱালী হায়াৰ ছেকেণ্ডেৰী পাছ কৰাৰ লগে লগে ইখন ইনষ্টিটিউচনে তালে টানে, ইখন ইনষ্টিটিউচনে তালে টানে। কিন্তু ল'ৰা ছোৱালীটোক ইণ্টাৰেষ্টটো টানাৰ যিটো পুলিং কৰা কেপাচিটি, সেইটো এক্সপিৰিয়েঞ্চিয়েল লাৰ্ণিঙৰ জৰিয়তে কৰিব পাৰি কিন্তু। হয় 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 হয়।
ঠিক আছে তেতিয়াহ'লে সামৰো ন?
ঠিক আছে, আমাৰ ফেমিলি
ভাল লাগিল
আছে।
আমাৰ বঢ়িয়া।
থেংক ইউ পলাশ। পৰাগ।
Thank you so much, sir. Now, if there is no query further, then we shall come to the end of the conclusion of this session.
আৰু এছাইনমেণ্টটো মই গ্ৰুপতে দি দিম অলপ দেৰিকে, গ্ৰুপতে এছাইনমেণ্টটো পাই যাব মানে FDP।
Okay, okay, sir.
ঠিক আছে।
Sir has made a very clear presentation regarding the pedagogical learning, the methods and strategies of teachings which the teachers should facilitate for the effective learning, and how it focuses on teachers teach, how the teacher teach and how the students learn. And it is before, yes, sir has indeed taught us that before going into the classroom, we should just prepare ourselves, bring the objective and the concept, and depending upon this objective and concept, we should actually focus on what will be the base of the pedagogical learning, as every teaching methods in the classroom will be different based on the content and the subject matter. So it is very well discussed. Thank you for that, sir. And to achieve effective pedagogical learning, teachers need to use a variety of strategies that address different learners, learning styles and outcomes, especially in a learner-centered and OBE oriented classroom. And also, this effective pedagogical learning can be achieved through active, collaborative, experiential, and technology-supported strategy, as it has been mentioned clearly, to engage so that we can engage learners and align with the desired learning outcomes. And also, sir has mentioned the different learning management systems, a digital platform that facilitates effective teaching, learning, and assessment by providing an organized and interactive learning environment. Sir, it is very much a privilege for us to have you in today's in second day of our faculty development program, and we are very much gained and vast knowledge regarding the different pedagogical teaching learning methods, and we are yes, we are extremely enlightened, and it was a very engaging moment for us. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and for your valuable suggestion and all.
Thank you.
With this word, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you so much once again.